Is it possible to get all the Baldur's Gate 3 achievements in just one run? No! But we can get pretty damn close. And I only get one shot at it because once an achievement's in the pocket, it's in for life. I swear to Ball. If one of you comments that you can reset your Steam achievements with Open Console, I will find you. I will come to your house and I will nibble on your toes while you sleep. Anyway, welcome to the channel where we spread nothing but peace, love, and crippling anxiety due to the constant dread of failure. But all can be overcome with a lot of planning, which is much more difficult when this is your first run and you have no idea what the achievement descriptions are talking about and also don't want to read the full explanations to avoid spoilers. Taking blood. Steal the blood of Latender from underneath Rosimorn Monastery? Monastery? Wait, we're stealing someone's blood? Really?
You serious?
Luckily for you though, I've put together a to-the-point video guide covering all 54 achievements in Baldur's Gate 3 step by step. If you want to know more details or get some tips on how to get them yourself, the link's down below in the description. If you like watching me suffer through the process, this is the video for you. Okay, I can already hear you guys screaming, "Ew, you're not doing honor mode, you weak ass coward." Yeah, I know, but here's the issue. Honor mode does not let you save scum, and I kinda need to get all the endings in one run. Don't say it. Okay, fine, I'll say it. That's not really in a single run if you have to save scum. Yes, it is. Look, Foema was added later than the other achievements, so I think it's fair play. But save scumming should not be rewarded, of course, and like most of you, I too am now a devout follower of Leviatar, meaning that for every 3 reloads, because it's Baldur's Gate 3, whether I die, screw up an achievement, or both, I'll add an extra layer of difficulty to my upcoming honor mode run to get Foehammer. Will I regret that? Nah. Alright. Oh, here we go. I'm so excited, you guys. Hype. Oof. Right into the eye. Ew. Oh. Oh, great. It's my turn now. Yeah, no, Mr. Tentaclebeard, I'd rather not, thanks. Oh, yeah, no, he doesn't care. Fantastic. Really fantastic. Please keep that thing away from me, please. Definitely not concerning at all that those teachers grinded into me eyeballs. After that captivating introduction, we enter straight into character creation. For our TAF for this playthrough, I had to choose the Dark Urge. Not only because the unhinged backstory feels very relatable to me, but we needed to get some of those exclusive Dark Urge achievements. Other than that, I had no clue as to what I was doing here. So I decided on a half-orc fighter with somewhat balanced stats, just because. And if I'd actually understood what I was doing, I definitely wouldn't have chosen 2-weapon fighting, considering he spends most of this run, if not all of it, swinging just one. But his looks... Oh, that was much easier to decide on. I made him extremely sexy, and yet somehow suspiciously familiar. Which is way too funny knowing at this point I had no idea that we were going to collect Infinity Stones. Anyway, we finish off character creation by naming our big guy. The name's Dork. Dork Urge. Dork wakes up on the Nautiloid with a bad case of amnesia and learned about the parasite while I learned about the mechanics of this game. Oh, what's this? A skill check? Please don't. Wait, I'm so skilled. Well, Dork is so skilled. Never mind. Forget I said anything. After that, my pea-brain encountered a pea-colored lady with whom I'd get to do my first ever turn-based fight. And it's almost indescribable how unnatural combat felt like at this point. But somehow, we made it through, and just like that, we had our first companion to share our deepest, most intelligent thoughts with. Look at this imp. He is stuck in limbo. I don't think she finds it very funny. She also did not laugh much when Dork accidentally triggered a Mind Flayer transformation sequence,
Change her.
nor when we released Shadowheart from her pot, though that one seemed mutual.
You keep dangerous company.
On the Nautiloid we had two objectives, get out alive and... well, actually, I had no idea what the second one was at first. So, naturally, I ran into this fight like a headless chicken, slicing up imps left and right, hoping for the best, when I finally noticed the name of the commander. Zalk. Oh shit. That's the guy from Devils in the Details, isn't he? Oh yeah, that is him. And he needs to die right here, right now on the Nautiloid. And up to this point, I hadn't been too strategic with my actions. And that didn't change much when I learned this info, because I thought I could just whack him a few times and be on my merry way. And to be fair, that almost worked, because Shadowheart was an absolute beast. Girl couldn't miss. Guys, even Sacred Flame hit with 7 damage. 7 fucking damage! Then everything changed when the Cambions attacked. Only the Mind Flayer, master of stunning these winged nightmares, could stop them. But when Dork needed him most, he died. And so did we! Clearly, running in blind wasn't going to cut it. So I did it again. Yeah, I am definitely speedrunning that reload counter. 3rd time's the charm, and I made sure of it by doing what needed to be done. Research. I reloaded back to the beginning, and this time, Dork set his sights on collecting chicks, cerebra, and chests. The latter turning into quite the obsession for him later on. Though Shadowheart seemed to prefer the reverse.
We can get off this ship and watch each other's backs along the way.
I set up Shadowheart's spells to include Command and Bless, picked up every chest I could find, including the 2 in the first room, the one near the transformative Mind Flayer pod, and the jewelry box. And then stacked them strategically in this hallway to block the 2 extra Cambions from entering. Hopefully. The team ran in for round 3, and this time Shadowheart used her new spells to cast Command Drop Weapon on Zal. And it bloody worked first try. Now Lae'zel could snatch up this fiery sword to do some actual damage, while Zalk was left swinging sad little punches. Which meant all we had to do now was get his HP to 0. And by we, I mean Mr. Tentacle Face. Because Shadowheart didn't land a single crit this time. Or a hit, really. Just a series of sacred misses. And the commander still packed a significant punch because the Mind Flayer was down to 13 hit points and Zalk nowhere near dying yet. Does it even work when you throw a healing potion? Oh, that's better than expected. As for the 2 extra Cambions, they must have shared Dork's infatuation with chests as they kept banging on them every single round. Nice. Another strat that worked surprisingly well was pushing Zalk backwards and then running after him to get in a hit so that when he walked towards the Mind Flayer on his turn, we got a few free hits in through the opportunity attacks. But only sometimes. Yes, that's what I meant. Lae'zel, take notes. Alas, it was to no avail, for the Mind Flayer fell, the commander now setting his sights on our team. But finally, after 10 rounds of combat, Zalk lost his last HP to us. Yes! Now that's what we call brain power. And with that, we have our first trophy in the bag. And not so long after, we connected the transponder, escaped the Nautiloid, and snagged the Scent from Avernus as well. 2 down, 51 to go. Somehow, Dork survived the crash while my laptop barely did. At least his hair still looks good. It's probably the fans blowing so fucking hard. Jesus Christ. While Dork came to his senses, we found out that he's still suffering from a really bad case of amnesia, but also has an unexplainable fondness for corpses. By rummaging around the crash site, we found our first readable item, a book. 1 out of 100 for the bookworm achievement. Then, after some aimless wandering and me failing to understand that Dork's sleight of hand skill is not suitable for this door, I noticed the level up icon. Level 2. We get some extra hit points, we get an action surge, but most noteworthy, we get a new headshot. Well, I don't think headshot's the right word. What in the hairy chests is that? Good lord. With our new questionable profile pic secured, we took on the next fight with relative ease. And afterwards stumbled across a dying Mind Flayer.
Forcing you to love it.
Girl, please. Like, I know this chest is irresistible, but no tentacles will be touching this godly body. Okay?
Are you sure about that?
And just like that, we got our first inspiration for the roleplayer achievement by putting it out of its sorry existence. But who cares? 'Cause chest. I mean, look at it and imagine the amount of companions you can attract with such a thing. Not so unexpectedly, Larian was the first to fall for this rack on display and joined our team. Shortly after, Dork also attempted to kill a boar to show off to his new mate, but instead of looking heroic, he looked like a deranged lunatic. After that fiasco, we picked up 3 more readables for the bookworm achievement and stumbled across an unstable rune, holding none other than Gale of Waterdeep hostage.
A hand? Anyone?
Naturally, we pulled him out because he is important for the Repairing the Weave achievement, and Dork likes chests more than chopped limbs. I say this as if I knew that that was the right choice to make and wasn't just thanking bloody Merlin himself that I somehow picked the correct option, but hey, we did it, and it scored us another background goal too. Then we ran into a familiar, friendly face, Lae'zel, but the 2 people holding her hostage, tieflings. And that meant that they couldn't die if we wanted to leave no one behind on the table. So I chose the non-hostile options and thankfully they walked away unscathed. Exploring further, we found a shovel next to a dig site, which led to our very first, non-hairy mind you, chest for dig for victory. And soon after, we got pulled into our first big battle at the gates of the Emerald Grove. Willing to bet his last name was Fodder. And speaking of willings, Will made his grand entree and the fight kicked off. And let me tell you, I was so glad to have Lae'zel back because damn, that girl can shove.
That's what she said.
Bringing forth shove of, as the yeeted goblin did not survive the impact. But our crew did, and we entered the grove. Inside the grove, we're immediately greeted by Zevlor, who explains the whole refugee thing, and on top of that, the local druids Gaga aren't exactly rolling out the welcome mat and kicking the tieflings out to proceed with their ritual. We had to stop it, but not before getting distracted by every single thing there was to do in this grove, like speaking to Roland, Leah and Cal, who are debating whether they should sneak out. And somehow, through a mix of dumb luck and decent dice rolls, Dork convinced them to stay. Man, the number of times I could have completely screwed up this run really makes you believe that the Larian overlords love me. Or not. Because after a round of recruitments, picking up Will, reuniting with Shadowheart, and after speaking to Gwax, who turned out to be a prime target for some mind reading, earning us no penny required and yet another inspiration for Lae'zel, it all went downhill. And the Larian overlords wasted no time proving that, because the moment I tried to pick up a book, that was not appreciated. Neither were my persuasive skills, and before I knew it, I was thrown into prison. 2 hours into the playthrough. Oops! On the bright side, that did give me a chance to score Escapologist. So with a quick breakout through the back of the prison and the achievement popping up, we were back on track. In that same area, we found a goblin held captive by 2 tieflings. Saza.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, tiefling.
That sounds familiar. She cannot be caged. Rescue Saza. Saza! See, I knew I remembered her name from one of these. And we needed to get her out for the first step of She Cannot Be Caged. But Arca, one of the tieflings, was very eager to assassinate her, which meant that Dork had to convince her otherwise.
Move!
Persuasion did not work too well for us last time. I don't really want to intimidate her either. Perhaps we should try detecting her thoughts.
Get out of my head!
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Now, killing them was not an option because any tiefling deaths would ruin the Leave No One Behind achievement, so we could only do one thing. When we loaded back in, something was missing.
Nani?
Okay, so first we see too much chest, and now no one has one. Perfectly balanced game. Post reload. No, make that preload. I redid the recruitment of Shadowheart and Will, as they are important for their related achievements, to Bloom in Darkest Night and Loophole. I convinced Roland to stay in the Grove again, spoke to Gwax, and did some more reading without getting thrown into prison. I also think this chestless moment cured Dork's obsession, because his image returned to normal after leveling up again. Chest in peace. Rather than testing out Arca's patience again, I took a different pathing and stumbled across Nadira about to be KO'd by a bugbear. Another day, another tiefling saved. So no tiefling deaths yet. Well, not on our watch at least. From there, we walked down past another chest to dig up, and then gathered the courage to face Arca. And when we finally convinced her to put the arrow down, we were free to escort Saza out of here. Except Gil needed to get something off his chest first.
Why don't we take a little break? Allow ourselves a few moments of rest?
Now,
Gives me a
really.
chance to talk to you about
You know,
something
we're kind of in the middle of something, Gil.
rather important.
Read the bloody room. Gil explained his concerning dietary needs, and without batting an eye, we moved on. You, Gil. Astarion worked his rogue magic, picking the lock without a hitch, and with Saza on our team, we slipped into the underground passage. Oh, we've been here before.
Flashback.
Okay, everybody, nice and quiet.
End of flashback.
Ah yes, the good old days. Now where were we? Right, with the path cleared, we ran straight through. Once outside, Saza promised to keep her promise and ran off to the goblin camp, and that's 1 out of 3 for She Cannot Be Caged. Next, we ran into a super friendly, welcoming committee near a crypt, and an even friendlier group inside the crypt. But the fights were worth it, as the refectory turned out to be book heaven. Books here, books there, books everywhere. And I really thought collecting 100 readable items would be difficult. Among the many pages of lore was a chained up book that not only fed our bookworm grind, but also earned Gale a spark of inspiration. In that same area, we ran into another fight, this time with some scribes who were very committed to keeping their post-mortem employment. After putting them to rest, again, we freed a skeleton from his tomb, Withers. Dork stood before him, clearly intrigued, as it gained him another moment of inspiration. But was it really the familiar aura? Or just a shared appreciation for exposed chests? We may never know. On our way out, a survival check revealed yet another buried chest, and at this point I'm starting to think that for every character chest Dork gazes upon, the universe rewards him with a buried one. Cute. Now back at the Grove, we finally descended into the heart of the Druid Enclave, where, unsurprisingly, more trouble was brewing. This time it was a young tiefling, Arabella, who stole the idol of Sylvanas from the Druids and was one hiss away from becoming snake food.
The death of a child. A timeless tragedy that never grows old.
You know what? Snakes can regurgitate their food if they're stressed, so perhaps we can watch her get eaten and she can live after being thrown up again. Best of both worlds. I'm not too sure why I was thinking about that as an option, but a successful detect odds this time. Let us peer into Kaga's mind and talk her down. Arabella was spared. Kaga, on the other hand, made it very clear she had no intention of stopping her stupid ritual anytime soon, or sparing the tieflings in the process. So we'd have to figure out a way to save the rest of them. A quick tour of the Enclave led to another inspiration for Gil from some ancient plaque reading, and there were many books and texts to read, plus an antidote recipe that would come in handy later for the Homebrewer achievement. Then it was time to meet Nettie, the oh-so-great healer, hoping she'd have some insight into that little problem behind our eyeballs. Oh, and she could heal us. Really. All we had to do was follow her into a secret room where nobody could watch. And right around then, OBS decided to pull a Gale. But instead of demanding magical artifacts, it demanded more computing power. Yeah, the encoding overloaded. And I didn't even realize this was happening while playing the game, so enjoy the 1 frame per hour stop motion cinematic masterpiece for the next part. Sorry. Nettie could not heal us, but was very much ready to use murder as medicine. After convincing her such measures would not be necessary, she spoke about Halsin, the missing Archdruid, who might be able to help us if we could actually find and free him. Man, it's always please rescue them. Never do you need any rescuing. Poor little dorky porgy, always so fragile. Please save him, somebody, please. Yeah, look, I'm starting to think my brain's encoding also overloaded around this time. But we devoured the knowledge from the Enclave's library and took a look inside the servants' quarters, where Astarion engaged in some light burglary as we found an interesting label peeking through the wall. Kaga's secret chest. And it was very much worth stealing because we received a book about the Shadow Druids, giving Gil another inspo, and a cryptic note. Swamp Dog's tree. Okay, I'm guessing we should take a look there, wherever it may be. But I intended to explore the entire grove before wandering outside again doing side quests, and that's how we stumbled upon the stars tonight. Alfira, a bard singing her heart out while the squad looked like her squirrel friends held them at gunpoint during the serenade. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Too sweet. Odiously sweet.
See? He really hated that.
The ghoul within despairs at your kindness.
Dork is not a theater kid, confirmed. Instead, he shifted his attention to his usual fixation. Chests. We jumped over some pillars and found another dig site. The 5th one, to be exact, which earned us dig for victory. But that victory was short-lived. Enter Murkon. Yet another tiefling kid in mortal danger. And yet another chance to completely botch my leave no one behind run. Harpies were luring him in with their song, and I, naively, just charged in. After all, we just endured Alfira singing. How much worse could this be? Yeah, it went about as well as you'd expect. Gil got nuked on turn 1, and his necrotic aura was not doing us any favors. Or Murkon, poor kid. Then everybody skipped their turns. Astarion and Lae'zel fell shortly after, and Dork ate dirt. Game over. Okay, now let's try that again, but with a more tactical approach this time. Dork initiated combat while the rest of the party remained hidden. Or so I thought. Turns out, they were a little too close to the fight, so before I could even decide on my first move, Lae'zel and Gil were already fully hypnotized again. So much for our tactical advantage. Gil's wisdom was not doing him many favors either, with fighting against the enchantment, which caused a near-fatal opportunity attack. But with a lot of healing and some luck, we managed to save the child and ourselves. After the battle, we looted the Harpy's Nest, where we found a few unique notes to add to our growing collection of readables, and on our way back out of the grove, we ran into Arabella and her parents, now happily reunited. On the road outside the grove, we ran into a dying true soul whose companions mentioned an oil bear. My ears perked up because an owlbear cub is tied to one of the achievements. And if there was a way to find it through these idiots, I wasn't about to let that slip away. So I encouraged them to go after it while casually following behind. But diving headfirst into an owlbear's den without a long rest, not exactly the best survival strategy, so we returned to camp where Withers had now officially joined our little dysfunctional family, and all seemed so peaceful.
I'm so glad I found... Wait, it's me! It's Alfira, from the Grove.
Well, shit. Yep. I had wandered close enough to the Blighted Village by running to the Owlbear Cave and triggered the Alfira scene. And to think I was warned about this exact event. Scheisse. I sprinted back to the Grove to deal with this very inconvenient Dark Urge Tiefling situation. The plan? Gang up on her so we can knock her out with a non-lethal attack. And while she wasn't too happy about the whole ordeal, we did it. Though the vines ensnaring her had other ideas about non-lethal damage. And suddenly, there was a lot of blood. Please work this time. And it did. We knocked her out safely, no blood, no murder scene, just a bard passed out in the hot summer sun, or something. Before anyone gets suspicious and asks questions, we fled the scene using the fast travel waypoint. We then ran back to the Owlbear Cave and then went to camp for a long rest, where Withers announced his arrival again. Dork also had a chat with Shadowheart, who seemed eager to test if there was a spine somewhere in his broad purple chest. All because, right before our Bard Harbor butchering, a red-skinned fellow appeared and introduced himself.
What's better than a devil you don't know? A devil you do.
Much to the dismay of Raphael, Dork was unmoved by the theatrical display. Nor was he interested in the offer presented. Lae'zel and Astarion seemed rather pleased with that decision, as did Shadowheart. Dork's stubbornness actually impressed her, netting us a decent approval boost that would prove useful later.
Good. That's what I wanted to hear.
Then came the moment of truth. The night settled, the sleeping mats unrolled, and... yes! A different bard visited our camp. Though Dork looked somewhat unimpressed by this wary traveler. I mean, come on, exposed legs, covered chest, yeah, definitely not his type.
Stop it. Get some help.
But hey, we did get our first long rest out of 4 full bedrolls and breakfast. Yeah, breakfast. Dork sure was starving. Ate out her chest like a madman, though our camp seemed quite okay with the cannibalism. I wonder why. Back in the forest, we came across a sweet little doggo standing guard over his fallen owner.
I won't leave him.
Aww. Is anyone else getting Hachi vibes? That movie always makes me cry. We gave Scratcher scent so that he could follow us to camp. A good choice, as not only is he one of the cutest companions, but he's also essential for not 1, but 2 achievements. But even if he wasn't, let's be real, I would never leave him behind. And the same goes for the other cutest companion ever, Karlach. The moment Dork laid eyes on her, it was over. Love at first sight. I'm pretty sure of it. I mean, they shared the same hair color unintentionally. Like, that's fate. Because Karlach is the only companion tied to a romance achievement, meaning Dork just met his future girlfriend. He didn't realize yet, but he was about to gain access to a chest hotter than hell.
I'd hug you if it wouldn't scorch your skin off.
With Karlach officially recruited, the next step was obvious. Make her happy. And what better way to do that than to completely obliterate the so-called Paladins of Tyr that had been hunting her. Outmatched? Where the fuck is everybody? Apparently, 3/4 of our crew was just chilling outside. But we used the advantage to sneak up on them, and rather than being outmatched, we were slicing 1, slicing 2, and slicing 3. We revived Astarion while Karlach went on a full rampage, and afterwards she told us about her infernal engine for a heart, which obviously we now had to fix. We continued the path down the Risen Road, and sure enough we ran into the pack of gnolls and hyenas that Scratch had warned us about. We slaughtered the first group, and by the time we cut down the second, Karlach received her first inspiration. From there, we continued the path even further down and made it to the mountain pass, where a lone tiefling was watching the Githyanki patrol from a safe distance. Now, I was really worried that we'd have to protect her and keep her alive here, I mean tiefling and all, but no! She couldn't have cared less about any offers of safety and camaraderie and ran off. Lae'zel, who was so enjoying everything this
Fey run
had to offer, was much happier to see her kin. After all, it's a chance to be led to a crash for purification, so without hesitation she abandoned us and ran straight to Voss.
Lead me to...
Shh.
Voss, however, was only interested in one thing, the little artifact in our pockets. And obviously, we weren't just handing that over. So, we tried to persuade Lae'zel to lie about it. And while for once Dork's persuasion skills peaked, Lae'zel... Well, her nose didn't grow any bigger, but wow, did she fail spectacularly. Leading to a massacre of us. And so we try again. Lae'zel, you honest little stinker. Really, it wasn't pretty. We got slaughtered in less than 2 minutes. So, again.
The Kithrak nods.
Finally, our deception paid off. Not only because Voss actually left us alive for once, we got the roleplayer achievement as he flew off on his dragon. All because Astarion was thrilled by the trickery, earning himself another inspiration and bringing our total up to 10. On our way back from the mountain pass and the Risen Road, we passed by the Oil Bear Cave. Ready to go, I strode up to the Owlbear mother, fully prepared for an attack. We still had Speak with Animals active, so we were met with verbal hostility. I figured Dork should match her energy.
Stupid but brave.
Yeah, she did not appreciate that. But was also not about to fight in front of her cub, and so we got off scratch-free. And I wasn't about to throw hands with her anyway, not after spotting the cub at her side. That little guy was coming home with us one way or another. I just hadn't figured out how yet. After some more exploring, smashing, and other types of smashing, Dork returned to camp to find Gale acting like he was close to dying, only to immediately start talking normally in zero pain whatsoever. What a faker. We did give him an artifact that he then swallowed whole, and while everyone was super chill about Dork's innate hunger, they surely had different opinions about Gale's appetite.
Gale slurped that thing up like a horse with a carrot.
I like Gale, but I'm keeping all my good gear well out of sight.
So, Gale just consumes magical items like I do wine.
We listen and we don't judge. For our second long rest, I expected a nice, relaxed night, but Karlach and Will had other plans.
The stink of Avernus!
He insulted Bay so badly that I was about to kick his ass out of camp, but sadly I couldn't afford to pick a side here, since Will is an achievement-carrying companion. Bummer. Also, I love how everyone approved when Dork defended Karlach, including Will himself, but not Gale, who stood in the back of the conversation, listening in, not giving a single word dung. Lol. The next morning, though, Scratch decided to join our camp, which Gale did care about. Is this a red flag or a green flag? What do you guys think? After returning from camp, we ventured deeper into the forest area and jumped over a wall to get to the windmill. With a gnome strapped to it? A group of goblins stood around, laughing at the poor guy's predicament. But the moment we ran into the field, they turned hostile, and it wasn't an easy fight. One of the little bastards cast grease, and man, it was a slippery mess. Dork even perished, but the rest of the team was able to wipe out the rest of the goblins. One of them, Fezark, surrendered, and Lae'zel, being Lae'zel, immediately demanded all of his belongings. And for a split second, his inventory popped up, and then he bolted. That sneaky little bastard was going to escape with his life and his loot. Nah! This injustice could not stand. I triggered turn-based mode to catch him, but somehow, when Karlach hit him, it triggered a cutscene where Fezark started mocking the gnome on the windmill, and the moment it ended, he ran off again. Oh, that sealed it. Every single goblin in the area had to perish. They turn hostile immediately. So do we. And no, we did not forget to loot, and free Barker's root. We grabbed the key from the crate inside the house, which opened the set of shabby wooden doors, and behind them, infernal iron. We'd been told by Damon, the tiefling smith at the Grove, that we would need to get some to help fix Karlach's heart. And there it was, sitting in a chest. So we picked that up, and after clearing out all the remaining goblins, it was time for a nap. This rest was anything but peaceful. We got introduced to Will's patron, Mizora, a crucial player in Will's loophole achievement. But let's not get ahead of ourselves and remain focused on the here and now. Let's just say Dork had to work really hard to keep his eyes above chest level. Meanwhile, Mizora wasted no time giving Will a horny makeover, all because he dared to defy her and let Karlach live. Will's dilemma got a lot of attention that night, rightfully so, but someone decided that it should not just be about Will and made it about herself.
Something's wrong.
Shadowheart pulled Dork aside and, after passing a persuasion check, dropped a major reveal.
I worship Shah, the mistress of the night.
Who? We checked in on her the next morning to talk a bit more about it now that we slept on it. Dork reassured her that her faith didn't bother him. I mean, is he really one to judge? He literally just got a visit from a blood-obsessed butler. His butler, who showed up in the middle of the night. Apparently Shadowheart appreciated the support because in that moment she opened up just a little more. Not about Shar or the parasite. Instead, she shared something far more personal. Her love for night orchids. And now, back to our regularly scheduled murder spree in the blighted village. Some enlightened trolls crossed our path, and any friend of a goblin is an enemy of mine, so we killed them. And with such big brain energy, we headed straight into the apothecary's cellar. There were, of course, more books to read, even another recipe, but the highlight was discovering a hidden lever. It opened up a secret room filled with loot, including a certain scroll. I grabbed it, not realizing at the time that this was the scroll for this achievement. God, can you imagine getting all the way to Act 3 and then realizing I'd missed it? Thankfully not. We did almost die to the skeleton army when we opened up the other coffins, and afterwards had a chat with the talking mirror, which granted us access into another hidden room. Inside, more books, more notes, and a very ominous looking tome. Though I'm not sure if you can tell, as once again, allegedly, encoding overloaded.
You're joking. Not another one?
And I still did not know this was going on or happening while recording. I mean, I should have expected my potato of a laptop to have issues, but I really thought it could handle it.
You're a workhorse. You're slave.
We couldn't actually read the tome. That was a first. Do you know what wasn't a first? Nearly getting our heads blown off. This time at Joaquin's rest.
12 seconds later.
From there, we stumbled into the Santorim's basement hideout and got wrapped up in their business. Apparently, they had a missing package that needed recovering, but we had our own to look out for. With the infernal iron in hand, we headed back to the grove to meet with Damon and help fix Karlach. Right after Gale had another snack break. Dirk gave him a set of gloves in order to make him feel better, but alas, the snack wasn't doing much for him this time. So let's get back to someone that we can help. We gave Damon the infernal iron and he got to work, crafting a part for Karlach's infernal engine. It gave her an energy boost, sure, but it didn't exactly solve her hotness. Though let's be real, I don't think anything can. I do think that the warped headband of intellect started to work its magic through the screen, because for the very first time I checked the full map and quest logs to see what we should do next. We are 10 hours in at this point. Yeah, very helpful. Probably should have done that sooner. Before continuing though, it was once again time for a long rest. Although poor Dork still did not catch much sleep. But he did catch a Starian sneaking up on him, fangs out ready to suck on his neck.
Shit.
Still, we let him have just a nibble. And with that, we also hit our 4th long rest, unlocking bedrolls and breakfast too. With the recent discovery of the quest log and map, I realized that Kaga's notes had pointed us to an area south of the blighted village. So we set off to investigate. Down the road there was a heated conversation going on. Auntie Ethel, the sweet old woman from the grove, was being harassed. Thinking I was doing the right thing, Dork told them to lower their weapons, not realizing that meant we'd have to kill them. Oh. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate for them. As for us, their corpses proved very useful as the note from Irina tipped us over the 100 unique readable items securing Bookworm. Then we walked into the beautiful sunlit swamp? Swamp Dog's tree. I remember. Though it did take me an embarrassing amount of time to notice where I was supposed to go and that I could jump over the rocks to reach the area of the marker. But we reached the decrepit sanctuary and it led to an unexpected, but very fun fight. Mud oozing in every crevice of our bodies, we walked to the large tree stump and found the note that exposes Kaga's plot with the Shadow Druids. Armed with this information, we marched back to the grove and confronted her.
What?
while she didn't seem to stray from her initial stance on the matter, a quick reciting of the frescoes had her come to her senses. And together with the other druids, we fought the Shadow Druids. During this fight, I finally figured out that I was throwing enemies left and right, hoping to kill two birds with one gnome, but there is an actual button called Improvised Melee Weapon, and that is the one you have to use. Garlic had the honor of yeeting Olodun onto a bear with the improvised melee weapon attack, unlocking the achievement at last. With the Shadow Druids dealt with, we could spare some time to investigate the marker for the missing Zen shipment. More gnolls. Why? To add insult to injury, these cowards lobbed a single alchemist fire and retreated into their cave, leaving us to do all the heavy lifting. And because they fled without triggering any audio, I was left standing there wondering, did they flee? For further oddities, look no further than Karlach launching a hyena straight into a seizure. Well, already did. This game is so realistic, it even includes cadaveric spasms. And enemies procrastinating. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do with the big fat butt? Nothing. Okay. It took a bit of time, a few hit points, but we got there. And while Rugen and Ollie wimped out, Dog looked so happy when they promised him a drink that they were allowed to live. We then marched back to Xeris to claim the reward, but her stubborn ass only caught up the goods once those wussies physically turned up at the hideout. And there we found a hidden lift in the back of the area. A little bit of lockpicking later, and we were standing in the Underdark. After taking out some Minotaurs and surviving the mental threats of the Upper Shroom, we ventured into the Ebon Lake Grotto. While nothing in this area is directly tied to any of the achievements, there were some truly fascinating moments worth sharing. For starters, we met Blurg, an interesting fellow who introduced us to a rather suspicious-looking ally, Omelum, who turned out to be pretty cool. Blurg himself carried an item that would prove invaluable much later, the Psychic Spark amulet that we bought from him. Then we spoke to the Myconid Sovereign, who explained their little Dwagar problem and how they needed an ass-whooping down at the beach. Tala backed up the story and gave us a pair of boots for the ass-kicking, and just as we were leaving, Sovereign Gludd begged to join the war effort for some sweet, sweet revenge. Thus, with our Avengers assembled, we marched forward and passed by a field with Balin, Noblestalk, and Bang. I thought long and hard about how to do it and made a full plan, a good plan. Okay, let's throw Bibber Bay his backpack. And throw the fire out of the way. Okay, he's safe, that's good. Now just grab the Noblestalk. Huh? What? Why would a mage hand use the Noblestalk? That makes no sense. The Noblestalk was gone. The mage hand disappeared. And I refuse to waste a reload on it as it's not part of any achievement. Tragic. But time moves on, and so do we. Which is a good quote for what happened next. We cleared the rest of the fights in the area and finally made our way to the Dwagar-infested beach. All the while, OBS was hosting a funeral for my recordings again. My entire recording was once more nothing but a PowerPoint slideshow of my suffering. And did I notice this error? No! Not until the end of the Dwagar fight. And at this point you might think, oh surely you'll now adjust your settings. Not really, because in my worldview, this was the first time it happened. The first time that I had actually seen the error message. So I did what anyone would do, stop the recording and hope that fixes things. And that was the moment my laptop decided to crash. Just like that, half of the footage were images half of the footage was gone forever. Luckily, I can prove to you that the fight actually happened through these two beautiful shots. The only two of this fight. Thankfully, my laptop turned on again and we proceeded. So, after encountering a spectator? That is so dope. And walking into a Saloonite outpost, returning to inform the Sovereign that the Duega rod had been cleansed, and letting O'Malley brew his special potion for us that did not cure the parasite problem, we discovered a cool portal that took us back to Putrid Bog, leading to Auntie Ethel's house. Inside, we found Mayrina looking absolutely miserable. But since she willingly came here, Dork did not care. Instead, he focused on what really mattered, his parasite. But he wasn't going to offer up one of his peepers, so we pressed on. Or so I tried. My screen froze. IRL this time. And suddenly, Auntie Ethel turned hostile. Wait, why is there battle music?
Enjoy playing with your new friends.
Hello?
Bye-bye.
I can't even do anything. Will you please stop fighting? Then, everything was okay again on my end and Ethel was gone, but the recording sure wasn't. And guess who realized that way too late? Again. Yeah, I changed my settings after this and it never happened again. Woo! Anyway, we slayed the hag, saved Mayrina, and gave her back her charming husband. Guys, hear me out. Connor's looking good though. For a dead guy. After that chaos, we long rested, and in the early morning that followed, Scratch had an exclamation mark above his head. He brought Dork his ball, and they played fetch together by throwing it from the inventory, and then Scratch, being the adorable little pup that he is, brought it back to us, unlocking Fetch Quest. Yippee! Feeling accomplished, we returned to the Riverside Tea House waypoint, which launched us straight into a fight with some hostile redcaps. Astarion missed a range attack to finish the redcap blood sage off, so then Dork stepped in on his turn to do it, and afterwards pointed his arrow at the other fella, and somehow I received action surge. That's odd. I checked the footage, and you guys saw it too, right? Dork made 2 attacks only. He never even used his own action surge, and Astarion just before him did only 1 attack, and that's a different character. So I'm 100% convinced that mine bugged out, but we got it. After this, we returned to the blacksmith's basement in the Blighted Village, as Dork had a piece of scissor bark from his time in the Underdark, and we used it to craft the scissor dagger. A delightful little thing. Smashing through the walls in this area surprisingly led us to a whole new area filled with spider webs. Finally! Because I had been looking for the spiders since pest control was still on my Act 1 to-do list, and at this point I thought I'd explored everything in Act 1, except for the goblin camp, which is such a naive thing to think with this game. But turns out she was hiding right below us the whole time that we slaughtered the goblins, and now it was time to come for her. By now, I had learned that walking into a fight without a plan was a great way to make my upcoming honor mode run an absolute nightmare. So I approached the area with caution, sneaking around everywhere, equipping Astarion with the spider step boots that we looted from a chest, and leaving 1 person behind before initiating combat. And then I proceeded to waste all that strategy on the wrong fight. I saw some cocoons and immediately assumed that they were the hatchlings, so I slaughtered the spiders before they could do anything with them. Oh yeah, we exterminate. Exterminate. Meaning that after the fight, I was really confused as to why the achievement was not popping up. Plot twist, there were more spiders. Oh my god, you guys. It even says spider egg. Honestly, this game is so humbling sometimes. Astarion eliminated the eggs with a ranged attack and got out smoothly. But of course that wasn't the only batch, and the next ones were right under the Spider Queen's nose. Wait, do spiders have noses? Oh, Trichobotria. And the next ones were right under the Spider Queen's Trichobotria. But I had a strategy. Move forward, shoot egg, hide again, move back. Move forward, shoot egg, hide again, move back. Move forward, shoot egg, hide again, move back. Move forward, shoot egg. Shit. Don't get your kids, Mama. Don't. Was my strategy flawed? Nah. Move forward, shoot egg, hide again, move back. Move forward, shoot egg, hide again, move back. And this time, it actually worked. I cleared out every single egg, the ones near her and the ones on the ground level below her. No more eggs means no more hatchlings, means I know I gotta do it. I know I gotta do it. Gotta trigger combat and begin a war. Exterminate, exterminate. Hit until she falls and drops on the floor. Exterminate, exterminate. Matriarch hits Garlac, don't worry. Laser attacks. Now she dead and I got what I asked for. Exterminate, exterminate.
Started making it, had a breakdown. Bon appetit.
Moving on, we clean up the remaining spiders, loot the place, and get the hell out. With nearly all of the Act 1 activities wrapped up, it was time to storm the goblin camp. The looming threat it posed to the grove being very clear from our previous interactions. So we knew what had to be done. Eliminate the 3 goblin leaders to cut off the Absolute's influence and, more importantly, save the tieflings. Sessa was waiting at the entrance to help us get inside, but Dork had other priorities, like playing with Gale's magic flute. With a highly successful performance role, he played a sweet melody, and I wasn't the only one impressed by his skills.
Handsome and talented. Goodness me, I'm a goner.
But the love eyes had to make way for another ground-shaking realization. As when we walked in, we found out that authority can also be used against us. Oh, and there are 3 chosen, and they're looking for the prism. Yet all of that paled in comparison to seeing the owlbear cup in the goblin camp. Dork chugged down a speak to animal potions, just in case, which turned out to be great for the chicken chase that followed. We told the little cub that he'd be safe if he ran through the posts, and so we had to make sure he actually was after he so cutely did that for us. Corolla outright refused to pay out our winnings, so Dork used his authority to get his money back. And we then started a conversation with the cub, hoping to convince him to come to camp with us, like we need him to, for the achievement. But the poor guy was too scared to leave. I wasn't 100% sure what to do, but accidentally talked to Corolla again at one point, and I could actually demand to take the cub. Thank you, authority. And with that, the little owlbear was free. Whether or not he'll join us at camp remains to be seen. From there, we continued onwards and entered the Shattered Sanctum, where Sessa, once again, helped us inside. In the first hall, we met True Soul Gut, who gave us a nice flesh marking of our totally favorite god, and then she invited us to her chambers to help. Nice and separated. We headed toward Priestess Gut's chambers, and she was unsettling. The way she tried to dismiss my companion set off every alarm bell in my head, so Dork played along for a while, but then I had Astarion sneak into position mid-conversation so that he could plunge a dagger into her back. And before she could even react, Dork finished the job. With the priestess down, we took a quick detour into her locked chambers, only to find a mysterious puzzle. Solving it led us once again into the Underdark, but this time at the Saloonite outpost we had already visited. Back to the Goblin camp we go. where I saw yet another route around the camp that led us to a group of snoring drunk goblins sprawled out on the floor. The drunk tag triggered the memory of the Punch Drunk achievement, defeat 20 enemies while shit-faced yourself. Inconveniently, a barrel filled with booze was right beside them. So I had the crew down a bottle each and attack. The drunk state did not last long, but we got 2 of them before it ran out. I know I could have spent another turn to down another bottle, but I thought plenty of opportunities to do this again. That top area then led to a wall, which brought us back into the shattered sanctum, this time taking the upper walkways. It gave us the perfect vantage point over the other 2 goblin leaders and made it easier to come up with a plan to end them. That's when I remembered the trail of goblin bodies left behind in the blighted village. Look, I wasn't about to let these goblins think they were special somehow. Plus, I still wasn't convinced we were leveled high enough for what was coming, so I figured, why not fix this discrepancy with murder? Slay, queen, slay. Careful, slaying, that is. I couldn't risk these goblins to start dropping a beat on the war drums, so we took out most of the goblins and the drums, even the one in Drawer Raxlin's chamber, which funnily enough caused no reaction really. And so we kept the murderous festivities going. Satisfied with our growing pile of bodies now decorating the inner sanctum, I figured we had earned a long rest. But Gale, once again, had other plans. First, he sulked about being ignored and demanded yet another artifact, but the offering didn't seem to liven him up quite yet. Thus, he finally informed us about his real name. Gale Urbanheimer of Waterdeep. It's in his chest? What? Look, I knew Gale carried an orb from the achievement connected to it, but nowhere did it specify its location. He could have just as well carried it in a pocket or something, and that was not even the biggest surprise that night. Dog was feeling unwell, and Lae'zel, practical as ever, was ready to put him down on the spot. After convincing her that it was just a minor illness, she let it go. But then, he came. Well, no, that's not what I mean, he came as in coming. That's not helping. He came, he cometh. Okay, he cometh. No, you know what? Never mind. Our guardian stepped in for the first time and presented himself. The sheer presence of Thanark brought Dork to his knees. He graced us with wisdom about our worm problem. Worm problem. Why did I write it like this? I can do this. He graced us with wisdom about our Returning to reality, it's time to visit a new area. The Walk Pens, where goblin kids were tormenting a bear locked in a cage. Why do they have a bear imprisoned?
I don't know. He changed into a bear.
OBS's encoding may not be overloaded anymore, but my brain still is. Not standing for bear torture, the crew took out their weapons and chopped up all the goblins in this room, including the kids. I mean, the Dark Urge has to come out at one point or another, right? Also, Shadowheart missed her firebolt, and Thanark just goes,
"That won't work."
Like the f it will, if she'd only stop missing all the time. Duh. After the fight, it is revealed that the bear is indeed Halsin.
A true friend of nature. Or perhaps a lunatic.
How about both? Halsin couldn't help with the parasite, but did offer us a lead, Moonrise Towers. He promised to guide us there after we took care of the goblin leaders. But not wanting Halsin to interfere with our favorite hobby, we left him behind and turned our attention to Minthara, who was going to present us with a special problem. I'd been informed that achieving both She Cannot Be Caged and Leave No One Behind is nearly impossible, and that is because Sazza will tell Minthara where the grove is, meaning that she's going to press on with her attack plan, which is bad news because it's highly likely that a tiefling dies in that scenario. But going against Minthara here to prevent that means that she will aggro and so will Sazza. But I had an idea. First, I removed the all-seeing scrying eye and Scrut from the room, testing a strategy that I had just seen that day of that famous clip where Gortash is yeeted off the edge with an improvised melee weapon action. And it actually worked pretty well. Ish. You know, you have to press escape at the right moment so that you can carry them, but you don't end up throwing them, as that obviously causes conflict. But the idea is not bad. My execution? Yeah, so I destroyed the wardroom, started the dialogue, saved Saza, even though she did not deserve it, and promised Minthara we'd help her in the fight to come. I then enabled turn-based mode, and I do not know what went through my mind at this point, but I must have forgotten Saza, as I just loot some stuff and then hack into the other goblin, causing everyone to be pulled into the fight, including Saza. Second try went much smoother. Astarion stayed out of view this time, ready to step in if something went wrong, and then after the conversation I used turn-based mode to carefully carry Saza out of harm's way. And once Saza was in the clear, Dork turned back to get to Minthara, who had wandered a little further than I liked, and shoving does not work due to her gear, so thankfully Astarion sneaked up and knocked her out cleanly. Hehe. With Minthara now unconscious, we looted her gear and left her to nap among the corpses. And Saza? She was now chilling in the main hall, surrounded by goblin bodies, though she didn't seem to mind much. Nice. Dror Raxlin was next, so while crouching around, hidden on top of the wooden beams, we took him out swiftly, ending his life before he could ever get a turn. And that calls himself a true soul? Pathetic. The rest of the fight was a bit more challenging for some of us. But we did what we had to do, and Halsin was delighted to hear that it was finally done. Thinking the worst was over now, I swapped companions and returned to the goblin camp waypoint, because there were a few more goblins who needed to go. Which was a lack of judgment on my part, because combat initiated immediately. Thankfully, I still had a few smoke powder barrels in my inventory, and with some barrelmancy, that didn't do nearly as much as I'd hoped. Oh well, we saw it through to the end and looted everything inside because I did not want to return here, worrying that it might end up messing with Saza. On the way out, there was one pesky bugger still standing on the bridge. Crusher, the guy whose toes we nibbled for a ring. I think Karlach felt ashamed about the toe incident, so she unequipped her weapons and gave him a friendly reminder to never embarrass her crush ever again, earning us Fists of Fury. The other goblins at the entrance also instantly aggroed when we walked past, so that gave us a great excuse to continue the slaughter party before eventually heading back to the Grove, where Zevlor thanked us for clearing the road ahead and decided it was cause for celebration. So did Dork, who whipped out yet another flute and started performing. I mean, seeing so many people gathered around seemed like the perfect opportunity to start working on the busker achievement. Turns out his flute playing skills have rather diminished to a more memeable state. Let's just say the crowd was moved, crying tears of pain. But no gold, sadly. Yeah, let's not do that again in the foreseeable future. Then we grabbed some popcorn, fully expecting Halsin to unleash every ounce of that pent-up bear rage on Karga after the stunt she pulled.
I ought to exile you from this place. Forever. Instead, I shall listen to the explanation that you owe me.
But that was it. Not even a proper verbal slap on the wrist. Honestly, her companions were harsher on Gil for eating a fucking hat. Well, hopefully the party will be more eventful. Oh, and eventful it was. Back at camp, we joined the Tieflings for their celebration. And I think love was in the air because one slightly kind dialogue option would lead to some spicy outcomes. everywhere Dork turned, people were looking at him with hot eyes. But Dork's heart had already been claimed, and his eyes, well, they were fixed on one person only, Karlach. He noticed the careful tone in her voice when they talked, a choice of words that he could not let slip.
And our friendship?
He wasn't about to be friend-zoned without telling her how he really felt. And when he did, well, let's just say, best decision of his life. And he was not alone in his excitement.
Yes!
Alfira also made an appearance at the party, singing her heart out. And while Zavlar might have enjoyed the peace and quiet of her corpse a tad more, I was happy to know that she survived our little pat on the head. Shadowheart was kind enough to hand Dork some liquid courage for the night ahead with Karlach, a much needed boost because, oh boy, Karlach was not playing around.
Gods, I want to ride you till you see stars.
Alas, her words were only a promise of things to come. Though that engine of hers just shot to the very top of Dork's priority list. For now though, Halstead decided to warn us about the perilous route to Moonrise Towers. 2 options, the Mountain Pass or the Underdark, both filled with their own kinds of danger. Little did he know, we'd completely ignore his advice and tackle both routes anyway. There are achievements stashed on all sides. First up, back to the Underdark Beach, where you guys can now finally see the bloody aftermath of the intense fight that took place here. We hopped onto the Dwagar boat and sailed into the Dark Void, where we bumped into another group of Dwagar patrolling the lake. Their leader was sporting an absolutist necklace, so Dork played along like the obedient little cultist he definitely isn't. And together we continued our journey until we reached a new shore. Or should I say, a new shore. We stepped off the boat and we were immediately greeted by another not so welcome party. After dealing with that, we started poking around for clues on where to find the legendary forge. The one we had learned about from our suspiciously informative book, Flump Mating Rituals. And when the place is called Grim Forge, I guess we could expect to get the first and the last Underdark related achievements right here. While wandering around, we came across a herdmaster whacking some poor Rothe. It turned out that the rubble the Rothe were clearing held pieces of
adamantine.
Adamantine golem? Seems like we're headed in the right direction. And we were going there, though not before doing exactly what the herdmaster asked us to do.
Light a fire under the buggers.
Well, there goes our loot. But at least the Rothe cleared the way for us so we could continue the search. Wait, stop.
A trap.
This'll be fun.
I said stop! Karlach and Gale, for fuck's sake. Yep, we triggered a minefield of traps. And with we, I mean them. Thankfully, we avoided becoming crispy fried chicken and made it down the ladder in one piece. On the middle platform, we found our first mold, a longsword mold, after which we played everyone's favorite game. What is the right lever to use, and why do you always choose the wrong one first? Eventually, I got it, and we then explored all of the area across from here and found 2 more molds. Then we went back to the middle platform and ran all the way to the end to play everyone's favorite game again. Welcome to Leave Her Now and Never Come Back, the game where you get to show how smart you really are. Our returning disappointment, Dork, is back after last round's glorious disaster. Can he redeem himself? Can he defy the odds? Can he, for once in his miserable existence, pick the right lever? He steadies himself, eyes locked. Oh my god. Why? Well, you know what the punishment is. Here comes Gollum.
Shame on you! Go f*** yourself!
Eventually, I figured it out and they all reached the ancient forge. We checked the left side of the room first, and there we found the splint mold. And then we turned to the right side to pick up another. A brutal fight broke out right there, and after what only can be described as a struggle fest, we claimed the skill male mold. Walking around the corner of this hanging bridge thing, we found a mithril vein. With a bludgeoning weapon, we mined the ore and then made our way to the forge, where another mithril vein presented itself. Cue the magma methods. Appearing out of nowhere to turn us into crispy fried chicken part 2. And Gale seemed to like that idea a little bit too much, as every chance he got he would just walk straight into the fire or magma. Gale, for the love of Mistra, we've been over this, man. You need to stop thinking you are fireproof. You literally just died proving you're not. Still, we managed to snag another piece of mithril ore eventually, which means that we are ready to explore more. I mean, what if there are more molds to get? There aren't, but past me did not know that. And then we saw the deep gnome corpse pile, making Dork's thirst for blood reach critical levels. And the Dwegar were about to get the goblin treatment. Because as we've learned from Nettie, murder is the best medicine. Very effective.
Quite exhausted. A good night's sleep would do me wonders.
Sleep is for the dead, Gale. Are you dead? Well, you were minutes ago, but still. Before taking a rest, we nearly got ourselves killed by piss blobs with pseudopod attacks, so after that we headed straight to camp, where Karlach asked Dork to help cool her down. What if we just throw water on her?
Alright.
Oh, this is clever. Might even work. Come here.
Sparks flying, hearts healing. Well, not enough, but I think we laid a solid foundation to keep this romance ablaze. That night, Dork dozed off, probably dreaming about his first smooch. Will she appear in his dreams? No, but Daddy Danorg will. Daddy issues? 100%. He's so purple that he blends in with the background. Just like Dork. Oh, like father, like son.
Just like you, I'm just like you, you're just like me, you're just like me. It's something anyone can see.
Back in the forge, we continued exploring the ground floor, and there we ran into a wall prime for explosion. After all, we did have some unfinished business to take care of in the name of the Sovereign. Behind it sat True Soul Near, a true weasel. A fight ensued, and boy oh boy, it looked like they were going to take our heads instead. Gale, probably still salty about the whole no rest for you thing, decided to switch sides for a hot minute. A Starian was sent flying, but not far enough thankfully, and then Gale finally snapped out of it and actually helped for once. Oh, no, you're not thunder waving us off the edge, bitch. Damn it. Through a lot of healing, people going down, more healing, more people going down, and even more healing, we pulled through. And then like a true witcher completing a monster contract, we took Nir's head. La 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 la. Gale wasn't the only one ready to turn on the team that day, because later in the night, Dork's beauty sleep was rudely interrupted by two bickering ladies.
If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned.
I know I just watched that documentary, but like, this is giving Robert Durst energy, like, oh no, she attacked me, so I just chopped her into pieces in self-defense. Says me, literally holding Nir's severed head, delivering it to a bunch of spore sniffers. But let's not dwell on that. Let's go back to the forge and do what you've all been waiting for. I had Astarion and Gale stay to the side of the platform, as last time that we jumped onto the platform and ran around here, they got stuck on the jump back up. And I was just going to pop in a splint mold, chuck in a piece of ore, hit that lever and get out. But then the floor turned out to be an elevator, and when we then spun the valve to fire up the forge and the floor turned to lava, it happened. Let me guess, that's Grim? And my boys are still stuck on top of that ledge. Why am I such an idiot? Little did I know that keeping Gale and Astarion out of harm's way was actually a big brain strategy, because they could do their ranged attacks while not losing any hit points. And fun fact, I was so deep into this fight, like mentally, that I completely forgot about the Forge Hammer's existence. Like, I didn't even register that it was potentially there to use. And so, while Dork was barely clinging to life, Karlach stepped in and sent Grim to his final resting place, granting us a Grim fate without having to do a single reload, and I'm really proud of that. Shortly after, we pulled the forge lever and the hammer came down with a satisfying clang, giving us an amazing piece of armor and forged in blood and fire. And then I completely forgot about the second piece of mithril ore and sent everyone back to Wolkeen's Rest. With the forge behind us and the mountain pass before us, we found ourselves in yet another breathtaking location. We barely set foot in the new area before meddling in some casual necromantic affairs, and after that we ran into no other than
Elminster?
We sent him off to camp and then continued with our exploration. Dork flexed his muscles to unlock a cable cart wheel and we hopped aboard to go down. We forgot Karlach. Rewind! Together at last, we made our way down to the Rosimorn Monastery, but we were not the only ones. Some Git stormed in with a group of cultists, and they did not seem very hospitable. Tanorg then decided to announce to us that he wasn't too thrilled about us poking around here. So ignoring all common sense, as usual, we did just that. In our search for a way in, we stumbled upon some interesting finds, like a Guardian of Fate protecting the dead and a ceremonial battle axe. An ancient giant eagle sitting on top of a ceremonial warhammer, and a bunch of drunk kobolds who were not so willing to share their wine. Which did remind me that we do still need to kill some enemies while drunk. We chucked some spirits down, and even though there were quite a few of them, it was still not enough for the achievement. We did find a ceremonial mace on one of the kobolds though. Next, we discovered a beautiful stained glass window showcasing the Dawn Masters and their ceremonial weapons. Conveniently, we already had all of them. So one by one we placed the ceremonial warhammer, the mace and the battle axe onto their corresponding altars. And boom! A secret compartment revealed itself containing a note and a crest. Reading the note triggered the journal update, Find the Blood of Lathander, confirming to us that we were on the right path for taking blood. Before heading any deeper into the monastery basement, we returned to camp where Elminster was waiting for Gale. He delivered some terrible news. Mistra sends her regards, now die. Elminster then contained the traces of magic with a special spell, and so we received Repairing the Weave, and Gale actually became the Oppenheimer of Waterdeep now.
The Absolute will be gone, and I along with it.
With that resolved, we settled in for a long rest. But as you already know, we won't be sleeping for long. Our cute little owlbear friend finally found its way to camp.
What a delectable little pet.
And off it ran. Thanks, Astarion. With Lae'zel and the squad, we finally made our way into the crash to uncover one of the most hyped up solutions for our worm infestation, the Satisk. A terrifying device that tested not only Lae'zel's willpower, but also my heart rate, as we failed roll after roll after roll. And just when I thought we'd lose her forever, Daddy Tanorg swooped in to save the day. Oh my god, that was awful. Unfortunately, Gus still wasn't a fan of what had just happened to her device and decided to lock us in and start a fight she could never win. You know where this is going, right? Murder spree! Murder spree. Murder spree, murder spree, murder spree. While we were systematically erasing Lae'zel's kin from this plane, we ran into a locked room. Wait a minute. Wasn't that the tiefling girl from before? With Voss? Oh, please tell me she does not count towards Leave No One Behind. Okay, phew. Okay, she can't be saved. Oh man, I swear, if I had to go back that far to fix it, I would have cried. After that, we went to see Kithrak the Resin in the captain's quarters, where our incredible dice rolling skills continued, forcing us into another reload. Not because we lost the fight, no, Astarion dropped the scissor dagger. You know, the one we crafted all the way back in the Blighted Village. And guess what? I like that dagger a lot, because I made it, but it bugged out, making it impossible to pick it up, which turns out is a known bug with this dagger. Me. At this point, I was so done testing our dice rolling skills, so we preemptively murdered the Resin and her squad. Lae'zel looted the shard from the Kithrak's corpse, unlocking the door to the Inquisitor chamber, where Vlaakith's forces waited for us. The Inquisitor himself demanded us to hand over the prism. Obviously, we refused, because at this point we'd already slaughtered half the Githyanki in the crash, and we were not about to stop now. We wiped out the Inquisitor and the remaining Githyanki forces, earning us a meeting with Vlaakith herself. Lae'zel was already so sad about what had happened previously with the Zatisk and her kin, so when Vlaakith tasked us with destroying the person corrupting the prism, we couldn't say no. Which meant we got to go inside of it. And there he was. Dad?
I told you to stay away from the Githyanki.
You're corrupting the prism?
You just couldn't help yourself. Could you?
Thanark was not happy to see us, and for a second I thought he was going to kill us, but then he let Dork make that decision. And Dork could never kill his own father. I mean, he's not a monster. Well, no, he is, but not the type to slay his own blood.
You sure about that?
Lae'zel wasn't exactly thrilled about defying Mother Gith, but hey, we can't all have great family bonds. F yours.
I had no idea you were so keen to die.
Expecting to get scorched by the goddess upon her return, she was gone. So we rummaged through everything to get the loot until I saw 2 rotatable statues. After playing around with their positions, we unlocked a secret path to yet another location within a location. God, I love this game. We disabled the energy source in the first room, and then we disabled the traps and the energy sources in the next rooms. And then we inserted the crest into its rightful place. And it's a weapon?
We're stealing someone's blood?
It's not real blood. You know, it makes sense, but like, it's kind of disappointing. But with the legendary weapon in hand, we earned the Taking Blood achievement. And with the crash now behind us, we returned to camp for a long rest, when our favorite Albert Cub showed up again, but this time he was wounded. Dork, for once this day, actually passed the roll and we patched him up. Without hesitation, our new feathery friend joined the camp, just in time for the end of Act 1. Or not. Because as we walked along the monastery trail, heading to the entrance of the shadow-cursed lands, the game forced us into another long rest. And there, Voss appeared. We are so dead. Voss, however, was not here to slay us on behalf of his queen. Actually, he had no love for Vlaakith at all, and instead swore loyalty to the man inside the prism. After some deliberation, Lae'zel hesitantly sided with him, and this earned us the Lich Queen's Wrath achievement. We finally laid down for a few hours of rest. One last breath of fresh air before we step into the Seriously? Can this man never catch a good night's sleep? Eva? No! I hate myself. But hey, we've got 20 achievements in the bag already. Well, 21 now, thanks to the plot thickens. We made it through Act 1. Now we are heading through the Shadow-Cursed lands to reach Moonrise Towers. Why am I saying that like I'm Dora? Dark! Come on, Dora! Dora! Let's go! Dora, he hates goblins! Dora! So we kill the first one that we see here. Grab a torch, stay in the line, sneak attack, and die. Act 2! Achievement comes this way! Hey! With one less goblin defiling this plain, the local wildlife finally returned. Just shadow-cursed. Like the ox we walked past with the remains of a caravan and the corpse of a tiefling.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
We then encountered a group of absolutists who just so happened to be waiting for us and the lyre in our pocketses. They asked Dork to pluck a tune, and much to everyone's surprise, especially mine this time, he channeled his inner bard again. Oh, so when it's not for the achievement, you can do it, but when you are expected to perform for real gold, you sound like Matt Mulholland playing his rendition of the Titanic flute. Damn it, Dork.
Yes.
Our guide appeared before us. An abomination of legs, chest, and a vague demeanor that could only be described as Shelob and Legolas surely had a different sort of stinger encounter in this universe. The convoy then set off with Legolas to go to Moonrise Towers. But when we walked past the house, we had to make a choice. Would we play nice and keep up the absolutist act? Or turn on them and side with the Harpers just to kill the few goblins that were still breathing?
What are they doing? We thought they were true souls! Traitors! Heathens!
The fight was brutal. Karnas proves to be a nightmare with his multi-attacks and his spindle-web sanctuary, and the Harpers were pretty useless. I honestly thought I would get a game over in this fight, but thankfully, Karlach stepped the fuck up, knocking Karnas prone, and then everyone managed to miss the huge spider body lying helpless on the ground. So Astarion had to come through and finish him off. Even though Brantos said this after the fight,
Let the lantern's light be your guide.
there was no light to follow. Heck, they ran so fast that we got insta shadow-cursed and nearly died from it too. Should have defended Legolas.
You're taking the lantern to Lost Lighting!
By some miracle, aka torches, we made it to Last Light Inn, and Brantos did actually do his best to help us get inside. But despite Dork literally telling him they had brainworms just a few minutes ago, Jaheira still felt the need to make a whole damn scene about it. Like it was some big secret. It was only thanks to Mol, who, not so humbly, listed off our achievements, that she let us in. And honestly, I do not know why Jaheira was so hesitant about letting us in when the literal devil Raphael was casually hanging out at the inn. Preying on Mol, no less.
Please let me smack this creep.
And if that wasn't enough, he also went full Magic Mike on Astarion to show off his scars. Not that we were, particularly bothered by that, or looked much at the scars. Look at Dork trying so hard not to look down.
Jest! It's the jest!
Anyway, Jaheira informed us about General Ketheric Thorm and his apparent refusal to die. Seems like a theme around here, because guess who else is still kicking?
You're all right, thank goodness.
The one, the only, Alfira. And this time, it's all thanks to Roland.
He said he stayed in the grove because of you. And I'm damn glad of it.
Oh, so it was good that we convinced him to stay in the grove. Alfira also dropped a little nugget of there being potential survivors from the attack who might have been taken to Moonrise. Curious, as we do have a rescue mission on our achievement list. So we tried talking to Roland, hoping he'd offer some more insights into the situation, but nope. The guy was too busy wallowing in self-pity to even be remotely useful.
None of this would have happened.
Oh, excuse me?
You go save the world. Or your own arse. Or whatever it is you do. I'll fix this.
Fine, Roland, go fix it yourself then. Like me saving my own ass and the world does not include you. Back at camp, we tucked in for a nice long rest. It was not a nice long rest. Miss Zora popped up, dumping a new mission onto Will that, like many things here, would lead us to Moonrise Towers. But since Dork was oh so perceptive today, we got the opportunity to renegotiate Will's contract. A very important step for Will's loophole. Achievement. Of course, Dork chose violence, and with a barely passing roll, Miss Zora begrudgingly agreed to consider amending the pact. Later. Because damn clauses. And damn Dad! That is barely an outfit. But those are some quads.
Now I must rest. And you must carry on. Do not let my efforts be in vain.
Oh yeah, you can rest, yeah, but at this rate Dork is going to start hallucinating from sleep deprivation. Wait, no, I think he already is. Unfortunately, hallucinations were only getting worse as we met Isabel for the first time. She blessed us with a protective spell, but Dork's urges were clearly getting worse.
You can't help but dream. To kill her would destroy all of Last Light.
Though it wasn't him who spilled her guts. No. A heavily disfigured Marcus stormed in with his winged horrors. And one of them got the honor of clawing at Isabel, knocking her out cold, which means the entire inn succumbs to the shadow curse, which means all the tieflings die, which means reload number 12. Take 2 went significantly better. Isabel lived, the tiefling survived, and Dork only got mildly possessed by a demonic little girl.
Me oh my Hermione.
And she had a lot to say.
Me oh my Hermione. Me oh my Hermione. Me oh my Hermione. Me oh my Hermione. Me oh my Hermione.
Me oh my, please fucking die. Even after the fight, it would not stop.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
Turns out, it was just the moon lantern that we'd received from Isabel harboring a winged horror. A pixie. A pixie who clearly enjoyed twinning with Dork's purple aesthetic that matched her own. Because once we freed her, she granted us a permanent Shadow Curse protection. For all parts of the Shadow Curse.
What more could a dingus want?
We then caught up with the tiefling kids who were devastated about Mole getting kidnapped, meaning there was yet another tiefling kid in need of saving. What's new? Floric was also at the inn, and this time we did not accidentally explode the room upon seeing her. Instead, she came bearing news about Duke Ravengard, who was also supposedly being held at Moonrise. Then we learned about Art Sleeping Beauty, and then swung by Damon for some good news.
That can make it possible for Karlach to touch people.
We had the iron, he had the skills. It was seemingly going well for us, but the good vibes didn't last, as Damon dropped the worst news ever. Karlach's engine is burning out, and there is no fixing it. I was fuming, Dork was pissed, Karlach was pent up, and that meant it was time to kiss. Finally, a proper kiss. Not that we could see much of it due to the huge shoulder pads keeping things PG, but hey, progress people, progress! Of course, the mood was somewhat ruined by the whole imminent death situation of her heart, though Damon mentioned a possible cure, going back to Avernus.
The world just might be better with you in it.
Pardon me?
Avernus. Look after yourself, alright?
Look at that smirk. Man is so wound. Back off, mate. Back off. To lighten the mood after a heavy conversation, the crew took a stroll back into the shadows.
It belongs to the shadows. Better if it's just left alone.
Oh really, Astarion? You could have said it like 5 seconds earlier, no?
Nice job, team.
These shadow-cursed ravens turned out to be great enemies, as the birds lined up perfectly for Lae'zel to take a sip of wine, unleash a pentacrush, and finally land us the punch-drunk achievement. We then explored a lot of the area and spent the next while nearly dying by the hands or, well, vines of some needle blight and the garrets of some measles, until a random path led us to...
Is that Roland?
Yep, Roland was out in the shadows trying to play the hero in an attempt to save Cal and Leah, but instead was getting his ass handed to him by shadow figures. And while he wasn't exactly thrilled that we stepped in to save him, I was, because what I did not know at that time is that if you do not save him now before rescuing the prisoners from Moonrise and long resting or progressing certain quests, he dies, costing you leave no one behind, not on my watch, Roland. After a rough day, we dragged ourselves back to camp for some heart-to-hearts, as earlier that day we had found Shadowheart's favorite flower. Look, a night orchid! Finally! Dork struck up a conversation with her in which we got the option to gift it, and I think she was happy with it, seeing as she tried to crack a joke. Shadowheart, of all people.
Thank you.
And boom! Or should I say, no I shouldn't, no. Bloom! Achievement in the pocket. A moment to celebrate? Absolutely. And what better way than a long rest fueled solely by alcohol? Prime idea if you ask me. Especially when you're butt drunk and your murderous butler decides to take advantage of that by popping in for a quick chat. He gave us some unsolicited suggestions, but even pissed out of his mind, Dork was smart enough to remember he could not risk Isabel's life. I mean, we had just seen what losing Isabel means for the inn. And so they all woke up with a terrible hangover, but it granted us bottoms up. Speaking of bottoms, we ran into Raphael right after this.
Listen here, Pipsqueak.
He mentioned something about a big bad beast lurking in the mausoleum and that we should hunt it down so that he would help Astarion, but honestly, investigating creepy crypts with a hangover does not seem like the best idea. So we left that for later and turned around to stumble into Arabella at the graveyard gates. She also needed our help again. This time though, it wasn't her life in danger, but her parents. She lost them and begged us to find them for her. So we sent her to camp, dealt with the ensnared shadow figures, and we went to investigate. We found ourselves inside the House of Healing not long after. The place proved fruitful. Her parents, not so much.
That body she's working on, that's Arabella's father.
So, of course we rushed straight back to camp to deliver the tragic news to Arabella. Definitely not for a long rest and, other priorities.
I can't wait.
And what a night it was! Karlach lit up like a Christmas tree, and one thing led to another, and ...
What? ... That's what they did in the olden days.
To ruin the mood again, we broke the news to Arabella, who had to grow up way too fast in the last few hours. Between learning about her parents and hearing suspicious sounds. Oops. But if our cutie pie bowman says she'll be fine, we'll take his word for it. Back in the House of Healing, we encountered our first thorn, Malice. Judging by his glasses and the whole surgical setting, I am pretty sure this is the surgeon from the non-invasive procedure achievement. What to do? Now, I wasn't exactly keen on finding out how this guy planned to operate on us, which is why I tried to avoid any attack at all. First, by trying to smooth talk a way out of it, even hoping they'd practice on each other. But when that failed, well, plan B. And it was not bad.
Not bad, but not good.
Sure, Tableman screamed himself into oblivion, but Malice and his creepy sisters were still very much alive. Shortly after the explosion, Malice requested a tool from a sister, and I wanted none of it anywhere near us. So when this happened... that nearly was a reload. My soul left my body a little bit.
I'm having chest pain!
What followed was a rhythmic procedure of downing the sisters, doing hits on Malice, running away, Malice reviving a sister, him waddling closer to us, and repeat. But our surgeon never got close enough to actually attempt surgery at all, or do any attack for that matter. So upon his timely demise, we got the trophy. And from his body, we got the actual instrument, the lute. The looted lute. You know, the one to wake up Art, which is exactly what we did next. By Dork once again being such a musical prodigy that one chord struck true.
Daniel! He's still trapped there. He needs help.
And Sleeping Beauty woke up, asking for Halsin.
Find Halsin. Please.
So where are we going? To Moonrise Towers! Not because Halsin is there, but because I did not want to go get him. At Moonrise, we easily talked our way inside as the true souls we still definitely aren't. And inside we encountered a few familiar faces, like Roa Moonglow, the Zentrum trader from the Goblin camp.
Of course. Just before some godless lunatic purged the place of every innocent soul. A pity neither of us saw what happened.
Oh. She knows about our massacre. I mean, I guess she had front row seats. As did we.
Better to keep that quiet. Unless you want another look from the receiving end.
Luckily for us, she also dealt with amnesia. A special merchant's amnesia. And honestly, gotta respect the hustle. Then, inside the audience hall, we had another reunion coming up, with 2 regulars this playthrough. Minthara, who was still alive despite our earlier knockout in camp, and our BFF Saza. We also got to meet some new faces, like Zarel and the big man himself, the main Thorn, Ketheric. And as far as villain introductions go, he did not disappoint. Oh man, he is so cool. Oh, yep, that's what you get when you F around with an immortal being.
Of the rest as you see fit.
Alas, we had to disappoint him, even though Dork wanted nothing more than to let the goblins choke on their own spit. I mean, that's gotta be known by now. But achievements come first, and with Saza among them, we had to let them walk out the door. Honestly, I am a little disappointed in past me for not just fleeing them after the pop-up, but Dork was urging for other things at this moment in time.
You yearn to flay him until he forgets himself, as you have.
After acting like tourists in the Absolute's lair, in which we helped Astarion learn that he makes his own choices,
I will have to decline.
Gave a blood donation, and freed a sentient gnoll from their master, we returned to camp, where Gil summoned Dork with a mirror image of himself. Sitting beneath the shimmering sky, Gil hit us with some heavy stuff. He confessed his fears now that we reached the Absolute stronghold, convinced that his only purpose in life was to blow himself to pieces for the greater good, or more so, Mistra's approval. But as much as Mistra may like that, we don't.
Babe or crone, coward or hero, death is assured. There is no point in running from the inevitable. Better to meet it on my own terms.
Dork reassured him, just like with Karlach, that we would make the inevitable evitable. And so they sat there, bros being bros, with a slight flicker of hope on the horizon. And you know what? Perhaps it was time to restore the hope for the rest of these lands too. We checked in with Halsin, who then checked in with Art, who then spoke about Taniel to Halsin, who then spoke about Taniel to us. A spirit he believed could heal the shadow curse. And so, with very little information and zero prep, into the Shadowfell he ventured.
Stay close to the portal. Buy me what time you can.
Wait, so what does he mean buy me what time you can? Do we do something? Are we supposed to like... Oh! Of course. Yeah, no, yeah. Waves of shadows and Shadow Curse tried wrecking the portal that was holding on for dear life. But somehow, it was still standing at the end of the final round. And so, with 0 reloads, he returned carrying Taniel in his arms.
It's done.
What are those? Oh, he did. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was so disrespectful.
But something's wrong. It's almost like something's missing from him.
Oh no, he's not dead. Okay, he's just missing something. He's just missing something. Yeah. Shoes. I need to stop. But ain't no stopping now, as it wasn't long before Taniel's missing half revealed itself. A little hide and seek later, we pursued Oliver to bring the two spirits back together. Except a fight ensued. Shadow Flush in an owlbear form. That's cute. Thanks to that cute reminder, and after defeating them all and talking Oliver into reuniting with Taniel, I got back to camp to work on our little owlbear related trophy. Now, I tried petting Scratch and the cub right after one another a few times before, but it never worked. And this time, I had the grandiose idea to try it with an animal speaking potion, but still, nothing. Luckily for me, that same night, everything fell into place during the special long rest event that I only triggered because the other long rest events were finally gone. In it, Scratch and the owlbear cub curled up together, finally at ease, and this was the moment for Dork to pet them both. He really does have 2 hands for this reason.
Thank you.
For our next stop, we returned to the Rightwind Town waypoint and walked into the toll house, where we bumped into Dorm Numero 3, the toll collector, who, for the achievement, needs to be slain without her using gold against us. Easy, right? Well, a conversation started, a roll failed, and before I knew it, we were drawn into battle, where Garangoth instantly lashed out with a gold attack. Twice. Oh, thank Thorm she missed. The fight raged on, and it slowly became clear that it was the skulls that had to go first if we wanted any chance of dealing proper damage to Goldilocks. And then on her turn again, she summoned a coin halberd and explosive hordes before running up to us, but she didn't attack. So we kept focusing on the heads, one by one. They fell quickly, leaving no time for her summoned weapons to make a move, and with Astarian's final blow to the last skull, a single strike sent Garangoth crashing down. And I waited. And I waited even longer. Did she hit us? I don't think she did. I rewatched the footage and yeah, she hit Dork, but with a claw attack. Now, I did not think that counted because claws do not really substitute a gold attack in my mind. And upon further research, even the wiki page says nothing about her class being a gold attack. They did mention the other ones, but those coin whips at the beginning of our fight missed. The explosive hordes did not go off. And the halberd did not even move. So either the summoning itself was problematic, the missed attack still counted, or the claws in Dork's skin were enhanced with a fresh set of golden nails. This second time round, we came prepared. Armed with all this wiki knowledge on her, I sent Astarion in to collect every single gold pile in the area before the fight. I also sent all the money we carried ourselves back to camp, ensuring no jealous avarice attack could trigger, and then had Dork initiate the fight so that the skulls lose their invulnerability, which then allowed Gil, Astarion and Karlach to attack them from the rooftop. With a potion of speed distributed across the team, we went all out to kill her in as little rounds as necessary. However, when Garangoat's turn rolled around, she dropped fresh dookies of gold on the ground and turned them into explosive hordes. Thorm then scurried onto the rooftop, a little too close for comfort, and we do like our personal space, so Gale thunderwaved her off. Meanwhile, everyone else focused fire on the skulls, ignoring Garangoat as she scrambled back up to us, for with one last round of magic missiles, the final skull shattered. And with a burst of ignis, down she goes. And this time the achievement popped up immediately. So highly likely that it was the claw attack in the previous round. Also, don't you guys think it is weird that Garangoat has a related achievement, Malice has one, but I walk in to meet this beast of a Thistlebolt and there is none? Truly the laughingstock of the family. And so Dork and Thistlebolt formed the purest bond known to Faerun. Two alcoholics trauma dumping with limited questions, more drinking, and throwing a Smeagol fit while drunk. Don't say it. Okay. I am so glad they put a character in this game that represents me more than I do. Even ending in death, O nation. Not that I do that. Yet. Underneath the loose planks, we found something special. A ledger. The very one that he who was, whom we met much earlier in the Shadow-Cursed lands, wanted as proof of a grave betrayal. So we brought it back to him. Madeline's treachery was exposed and it was time to indulge in his vengeance. After all, that's what he asked for.
Make her beg. Make her suffer.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yes, keep going.
Sorry.
But thereupon, he turned on us.
You treacherous insect!
Who's the treacherous insect? I only obeyed your orders. Do you know, that guy from the Goblin Camp? I forgot his name. He would have loved this. Loved it. But fine, guess it's time to turn he who was into he who wasn't. And that makes absolutely no sense. But he will never become he who is, I guess. After that debacle, I did a quick check-in with Karlach as she did not approve of our previous actions. But Bay's good, and they kissed. With teeth, no less. Thereafter, we returned to Moonrise Towers for the big prison break. But first, murder. At the front door, I slaughtered the guards because apparently I do play like a murder hobo. And I'd say it's just role-playing, but really, who needs the Dark Urge when you've got me at the helm? Inside, we took the stairs down to the prison and discovered that Minthara was there too, held captive by questioners. And these questioners were relentless.
I obeyed to the best of my ability!
And isn't that depressing?
Damn!
You are nothing.
Dork chose to break her out. After all, we didn't spare her in the Goblin Camp just for her to be erased by a Goblin smear campaign. What? We sprang into action and handled them with ease, and Minthara, now freed from their grasp, joined the team. We stepped outside the room and immediately get into trouble with the next god, but nothing we can't handle. The next two gods were built different, and with a thunderous smite, Minthara fell to the floor and never gets up again. I was hoping I could revive her, but the quest logbook showed she was done. I remember debating whether I would quote-unquote waste a reload on her, as it did not click in my mind that she is a prisoner too, and thus matters for the achievement if she is there. But thankfully I did. We could have approached our escape with more care this time, but brutally fought our way out again. This time actually reaching the docks alive. There, Astarion managed to sneak attack a guard to thin their ranks before the fight even began, and as we turned the corner and the fight began, we took care of the rest of them. In this area there wasn't much to do except for blowing up some tadpole cargo, and we found a route leading away from Moonrise. After jumping across the gap, Minthara was free and Dork offered her to join our camp. And despite her earlier actions, everyone approves? Really? Standards are dropping nearly as low as our brain cells. Still, our mission was far from over. We turned around and prepared ourselves to free the remaining prisoners. Good thing that most guards were already dead thanks to our first escapade. And no reason to stop now. We slayed the guard and the eye right across from the tiefling cell. Yet they still greeted us with insults.
Why don't you and Zevlor take a long walk off a short cliff?
Yo, they sure take after their brother. Galden mentioned that the gnomes were plotting an escape, so we headed their way. To meet Wulbren Bangle, the guy that Barkus was looking for. And for Barkus, we do everything. So Dork convinces Wulbren that we know the tieflings and are going to help to break them out. All we had to do was fetch Wulbren's hammer in order for them to break out the back wall. So we go to take a look inside the warden's office. Though the warden did not like that very much. But with some quick thinking, we convinced her to let us snoop around. But the scrying eye was far less agreeable about us rummaging around there. I tried switching to turn-based mode to avoid the guard from being alerted, but she was already there. And got angry. Mid-dialogue, I swapped to Karlak, who casually yeeted the orb near the warden, so Gil could shatter it to pieces. A few hits, one more yeet, and a perfectly timed opportunity attack finished off the warden. Job done. With the office cleared, we looted Wulbren's hammer and returned it to the gnomes. They demolished their back wall, while we provided the perfect distraction. Murder. As the gnomes made their escape, I noticed a rock path leading around to where the backs of the cells are. While the gnomes did all of the work to break out the tieflings as well, Dork dug up a chest. Teamwork. With a little help to set the boat free, because they were very slow, and a nod in the direction to go towards, they sailed off to Last Light Inn, earning us the achievement Under Lock and Key. We stayed behind to wrap things up, but eventually stopped by the inn to check on everyone. Roland finally stopped being an insufferable brat. Alfira gave us a nice reward for returning her loved ones. And Wulbren? What an ungrateful ass. No thanks, no gratitude, just more orders. Back in Moonrise Towers, we decided to do what any reasonable person would. Completely ignore Sorel and sneak off into places we are definitely not supposed to be. Astarion worked his rogue magic on the lock, but just as the dice rolls succeeded, one of the scrying eyes moved in our direction.
Something is happening.
Panic. I clicked turn-based mode like Speedy Gonzales, hoping Sorel and her gang would not come waltzing over like the warden did, and Gil threw a shadow spell its way, ripping the orb apart. Crisis averted? I turned off turn-based mode, keeping everyone hidden, as we slipped inside the now unlocked room, but just as Dork pulled the door shut, a red outline flickered on the map. Then, nothing. Oh, now that was immaculate timing if I say so myself. Do you know what wasn't? Accidentally unlocking another door, seeing movement on the map, panicking again, and walking away, but not closing the door. So naturally, while unlocking a secret room, another floating purple ball snuck inside, ready to scream. Gale, down to his very last shatter spell, blew it to bits. After dealing with the eye, we then found ourselves in Catherick's private chambers, and let me tell you, it was an alluring place. Books, notes, secrets, and a very good boy who received all the salutes he deserved. But while the living-ish creatures were friendly for once, the furniture was not. A mimic tried to eat us, but we dealt with that. A guard then tried to stop us. We dealt with that too. And our wizard ran out of spell slots, so we dealt with that too by benching him at camp. And that's where Minthara announced her presence. Free from her cultist haze, she was surprisingly endearing. So of course she could stay. I mean, Dork had already stolen her camp outfit for the impeccable cloth to chest ratio, so now they could match. Chesties! And the moment her portrait appeared in the party lineup, we unlocked an achievement. Expand your mind. So she's definitely been snorting up parasites in her time as a cultist. That's cool. That's cool. And brilliant, actually, because now we don't have to. With another achievement secured, I immediately turned on my decision. You know what? No, I think I'll bring Shadowheart instead, because we do have to speak to Sorrel now, and I don't think she'll respond favorably to seeing Minthara out of prison. But back in Moonrise, I looked at Sorrel, then at her squad, then at my XP and thought, yeah! We can't just go straight to murder, that's definitely worth it. Astarion got the first hit in before a conversation could even start, and thus began one of the biggest, well, longest mistakes of this entire playthrough.
I am stupid.
At first, it was great. Sorrel dropped her weapon, Karlach was yeeting people into oblivion, Dork was chanting,
Kill, kill, kill again!
Before his ritualistic killing of Sorrel, and only 3 necromites remained. But then came the trickle of reinforcements. It started with Adept Nola, who must have heard the commotion upstairs and decided to investigate, and naturally she brought the 2 nearby guards along with her. No big deal. Except my brain's encoding overloaded again, and I proceeded with the most noobest actions I've ever seen in my entire life. I repositioned the team a little bit and have Shadowheart cast a glyph of warding at the top of the stairs. But instead of healing or drinking any potions or doing anything really, for the rest of the team I just ended their turns. I did send Karlach downstairs to hit someone to keep her rage active, but that wasn't a great idea either, as it triggered the scrying eye to get involved. Now, I really believed that having the high ground advantage would be more than enough, which was not an advantage at all because the bloody stairs blocked everything. You can't really throw, you're not like really in the line of sight for most spells to work. It was horrible. So I then tried luring the enemies up the stairs instead, but you know what doesn't follow you? The scrying eye. It just sits there and screams. So, for every enemy we killed, another appeared, making this an endless cycle of enemies refilling the row at the top of the screen. And I should have sent them downstairs to deal with the eye and bring a halt to this, but I didn't. No, that much is obvious. And so, more enemies joined, and joined, and it took forever. But we finally went down the stairs, ready to take out the scrying eye, except we do not have Gale with us. And apparently, it does not take thunder damage from an arrow of thunder. 0 damage? 0 damage? How are we supposed to stop this? How are we supposed to do it? We turn our attention to the remaining guards instead, and they too started screaming bloody murder. So more join. And the eye also kept screaming. Fortunately, the Absolute's payroll ran dry. Finally, because at long last, no one answered the call. And with one moment of brain cell activation, I noticed that we have scrolls of shatter, and they sat right next to the arrows of thunder in our inventory. Isn't that absolutely pathetic?
Yes! Yeah!
With one final shatter on the shitter and a clean slice or two, at last. 17 rounds of combat, 18 bodies, 1 glass pile, and exactly 37 minutes and 37 seconds later, we did it! Yes, we did it! Let's take a moment to honor the brave, brave soldiers of the Absolute. And no, it was not a mistake, just a happy little accident. Rest in pieces. What was a mistake, however, was dogs storming through the big metal doors that had a red icon I did not notice, immediately getting scolded by some lady to leave, and deciding that now was a perfect time to play a game of chicken. So what happens if we just don't do that? Is that Ketherick? Oh, yes it is. Do we go closer?
Goodbye.
Okay, bad idea, bad idea.
We must find what gives him his invulnerability before we strike.
Okay, and how do we do that? Right now?
It won't work. Not until we find out what is keeping him from death.
No, it didn't work because I missed. Or not. Well, in that case. And that's what happens when you kill NPCs before they convey vital information. Or when you straight up ignore the ones actively warning you to back off. So, since Ketherick wasn't too keen on visitors, we went to the other place we had yet to explore, the mausoleum. Inside, we came across an intriguing little detail.
Isabel's grave, before Ketherick wrenched her back into the land of the living.
Wait, our Isabel? The Moon Maiden is Ketherick's daughter? Strange detail to keep hidden from us. Well, at least none of the traps were active, so we pressed on, unlocking the way to the traversal gem, opening a brand new section of the map.
Is that sharp?
Oh my god, that chat is... That scared the shit out of me. I can't even speak. Char's puzzle was no match for us, but the damn force curtain sure was. Okay, I'm sorry. Am I getting in your personal space?
That glowing seems promising. Better than getting laid out on my back again.
Dork, if you are seeing a glowing ring I do not see, then walk around it for the love of Char.
My disappointment is immeasurable.
With a lot of falling and getting up again, we made it. And upon entering the Gauntlet of Char, we were once again welcomed by a friendly local.
Stupid worm-infested cockhead! You have awoken the shadows!
Well, as friendly as you'd expect in a Charon temple. See, that's what I mean. After turning the dead justiciars into dead justiciars, we braved
the gauntlet of your Lady Char.
A path that Shadowheart in particular was eager to follow. A path which meant a bit of trial and error.
That is one big pile of shit.
The soft step trial was first on the list, And after a blood sacrifice and figuring out the mechanics, Astarion snuck inside, secured the Umbral Gem, and returned in one piece. Success! But in this game, that never lasts long. Shadowheart donated more blood, and the self-same trial began. Our task? Fight ourselves. Interesting.
Looks like an ambush.
At first, things looked promising. Astarion deleted his doppelganger in no time and rushed over to help Dork. But Dork's mirror image? Yeah, that guy was built different. Not only did he look slightly off, but he also wrecked Astarion multiple times, whereas Dork usually wrecks Karlach. Meanwhile, Karlach also got wrecked, but by Karlach herself. And to make things worse, the clones kept going invisible. Dork and Shadowheart managed to drag them back into the light, but that didn't stop all of the imposters from dogpiling Astarion every chance they got. I'm feeling like our group subconsciously holds some grudges against Astarion. Or consciously, considering they really have it out for Mir. Yup, seems about right. With 1.5 dead, we somehow made it through and claimed another Umbral Gem, dragging our broken bodies to the next part of the gauntlet. Taking the stairs down, it became clear. This game is humongous and gorgeous. It's gormongous.
Honey, you've got a big storm coming.
With even more blood transfusions from Shadowheart to a ball, we moved into the Fate Leap trial. And even though halfway she missed a step, she managed to jump back perfectly onto the path and made it to the end where we received another gemstone. Finally, we reached the last chamber. Not a trial, but a library. The second we stepped in, we got hit with the Silence debuff, which means no spells, no fancy magic tricks, just our group's specialty. Good old murder. Astarion stepped in and insta-killed not one, but 2 enemies without the other Justiciar spotting him. The third one triggered the fight, but he died almost immediately after, and we then silenced the librarian for good and took care of the final enemy. Then we moved into the gated area where the riddle proclaimed,
"What can silence the night song?"
Am I supposed to know that? A conveniently placed parchment helped us figure it all out as it read, "The answer lies within the pages of these books." So I looted every single book in the library until I found The Teachings of Los, the Night Singer. It literally stated, what can silence the night song? Only the Night Singer herself, Shar. So that makes Shar the answer to the riddle then. Shar. Wait, oh yes, the statue thing, the one that we gave to Shar for, the one that we gave to Shadowheart, that was of Shar from the Grimforge? Is that it? I checked Shadowheart's inventory and realized the statue is no longer in her possession. So we went on a trip to all our favorite traders of Act 2, and thankfully at Last Light Inn, Tally still had it in stock. With my totally necessary buyback of the Idol of Shar, I returned to the Gauntlet waypoint, walked all the way back to the library, and proudly placed the idol into the socket. And... invalid? What do you mean? After a very frustrated Google search, I learned that the answer was actually the book itself. Not the ancient rare religious Idol of Shar hidden deep in the Underdark with a specific Shadowheart dialogue option attached to it.
You thought of me. Thank you.
No, a book. That makes no sense! The idol was such a perfect answer. We found it in the Underdark, we lost it, and Shar's teachings are all about loss and darkness. That looks heavy. Okay, let's have Karlach pick that up.
Making me sweat.
Oh, and also, it's really hard to read in the dark, so how can a book be the answer? It's stupid, and I do not like it.
I need to calm down.
Everything's fine.
Amanda.
I'm an adult.
Well, with the puzzle finally solved and a mild mental breakdown, we picked up the Spear of the Night and continued our exploration of the temple and its many rooms. And of course, we ran into another friendly local.
Rancid donkey scrotum!
And again, an even friendlier welcome committee from the shadows, which led to yet another fight in which we turned the dead justiciars into dead justiciars. Deja vu, anyone? Afterwards, we got to meet a huge fleshy chunker and Balthazar, a little smaller fleshy chunker. Dork wasn't too fond of seeing yet another purple-skinned, chest-loving, rib-stealing. Wait, is this the self-same trial again? Balthazar sent us out on a little errand to clear the path ahead, which led us to the final Umbral Gem. Except the big bad beast Raphael mentioned, yeah, it's right next to it. Poor guy also got himself wrapped up in a hellish contract that we tried to help him break out of. First, by convincing him that his Maragons were a part of it, so they banished themselves back to hell. But an unlucky dice roll with the next one meant we had to get physical to help the rest of them. Luckily, we had our secret weapon, the Chonker Flesh, and with Chonk's assistance, the Auton fell. Meaning we not only helped the Starian with his deal, but got the final Umbral Gem. The final Umbral Gem. I was expecting to get even more gems from the hidden room we noticed near the back here, but seeing as jumping down would have turned Dork into a man with mildly bruised shins, and we spotted a set of stairs that conveniently led there, we do the sensible thing and take the scenic route. All the way around, climb down a cracked rock, climb back up another crack.
That's what she said.
Was it worth the trouble? No. See, that depends, because I do wonder if I missed something here.
The mirrors here seem to not reflect light, but devour it.
So Dork turns off all the candles and the torches, but that did not do anything, I think. We find some gold under a loose towel though, and as we enter the Chamber of Command with a shattered mirror of loss, we stare into it. Nothing stares back, which is probably for the best. So, slightly disappointed, we crack on and end up at the feet of the massive Shah statue. What are those? Bazinga! At the base, we find the ritual circle. Infernal markings? Raphael?
This speaks of magic that can divide someone into many.
Before Dork can even finish his sentence, a rat squeaks up to them.
Offer us peace now, or be devoured.
So Dork re-establishes himself as the man you call to exterminate pests. But they keep coming. Wave after wave, and just like promised, our HP starts getting devoured. But not all rats are equal in nature. Some are normal, some necrotic, and some soporific. And when they die, they give our crew what they so desperately need. Sleep. Yeah, no, not even the narco can give them that. Eventually, the swamp thins out and the final rat transforms back into Tinder.
Now you die!
And I'm thinking, this is it. This is where we get obliterated. We have little HP versus a rat man. Ratty to take our lives, but no. He just blesses Gil with a nap and he's dead. Though, how did Jürgen not think ever to just, kill the rats? I mean, Dark Justiciars are, from my little understanding, very rat-like. Always. Speaking of, we should go grab our ratata. Ratata, ratata-ta-ta-ta. And that meant we were ready to descend. Each Umbral Gem filled a slot. The door clicked open and we stepped inside, entering the final room of the area on the verge of the shadows. Wait, nope, not the final room. This is
the Shadowfell,
where we finally learn what the Night Song truly is. And as she is the reason for Catric's invulnerability, there was no way we could let Balthazar take her.
Fly at me, you fool! You cannot stop what is to come!
Did he just reverse Gandalf us? Throughout this fight, my excitement levels were through the roof. as you can tell by my voice. Well, f me. F me very much. Or in this moment, there's no need for Cloudkill to actually kill, you know? Or when I had weird thoughts again. Wait, so how do you pronounce it? Like, apostate? Apostate? A prostate?
Why you boring me? I'm right.
And that might as well be right, because to go on a quick side tangent, all the pronunciation videos did not clear it up.
Apostate.
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 A prostate? Thanks, internet. Now back to the good stuff. Balthazar put up one hell of a fight, but our luck turned when we finally took him down. And Shadowheart's Spirit Guardians did most of the work to clean out the final balls. Though still, almost everybody was seeing red by the end of the fight. But we freed the...
Not a dagger, a spear. My Lady Shah's spear.
Shadowheart? What are you doing?
Her fate is mine to seal. Let me handle this.
Shadowheart stood before the Night Song and was weighing the options in her head. She kills her. She rises a Dark Justiciar, fulfilling a lifelong dream. But was that really the way to go? I mean, does killing the Night Song help with Kethric's invulnerability? I didn't know. So Dork was hoping she does and trusted her to make the right call. Because, well, it doesn't really matter, right? Yeah, no, it 100% does. If she spares the Night Song, Last Light In falls to the Shadow Curse just like when Isabel dies, which means everyone inside dies, meaning no leave no one behind trophy. But our...
Not quite Sharon.
Was smart enough to know this, and rather than spearing her, she spares her, making the right choice for us. I have chills. Actual chills. Fuck yes, let's go! After that emotional rise and shadow fell, it was time to fall asleep. Except, once again, resting was not in the stars for Dork.
Your companions sleep like blissful lumps of meat.
Narrator, I do not like what you're suggesting here. So apparently, because we did not touch Isabel, we are now experiencing an unstable hunger pang for murder of our favorite companion. Oh, Weave, save me. We actually have to not kill her through dice rolls. Starting off strong again, as usual. Third time's the charm. Oh, phew. Oh, phew. Dork tells Karlach everything. The danger she's in, the urges, all of it. Luckily, our sweet honey pie helped us through it all. And together, we can do anything, including killing Ketheric. To Moonrise we go. We meet up with Jaheira, who looked at the Night Song flying through the sky and thought, the beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid, and the harpers will answer.
The time has come. Ketheric will taste of death at last.
With a perfectly timed compliment from Astarion, who clearly knows he has to up the niceness after the whole self-same trial fiasco, we walk straight into the first huge fight. Luckily, we could let out some of the adrenaline of storming Moonrise by all ganging up on Zealot Munish, the only one who must have been sleeping on the job, not hearing the scrying eye screams from before. Someone's getting fired post-mortem. We're not a single HP lost, we won the battle for the main floor of Moonrise Towers. Jaheira was ready to keep it secured, but with a well-placed consider yourself persuaded, she joins us for the next battle.
The time has come.
Is she recycling lines already?
Ketheric will taste of death at last.
The answer is yes. Yes, she is. Just like me. We're not a single HP lost, we won the battle for the first floor of Moonrise Towers. After that extremely hard work of walking up the stairs and opening the door, we surprisingly, made it to the rooftop unscathed. And so the fight begins.
Give him all you have. The gods fight at our side.
We finally face off against a now vulnerable Ketheric with Dame Aelin at our side. The plan is simple. We thin out the enemies on the flanks so she could concentrate fully on attacking Ketheric. Before long, only 2 Necromites remained, and with the party mostly intact, victory was well within reach. Dork knocks Ketheric's weapon from his grip, Karlach hurls her pike at him, and...
You must return to your prison, and my daughter must be
oh,
reclaimed.
she's going to land the final blow.
Your daughter?
Oh, what? No, is she dead?
You will fall as sure as she. This has only begun.
Wow. Why are we just standing there? Do something! While being in awe about the fact that this was not the big boss battle, we grab our favorite wizard, leave Jaheira behind, and jump down into the gory pits of Moonrise Towers, where we're reunited with a whole crowd of familiar faces once more. First we run into Us, our brain friend from the Nautiloid, trapped in a cage, surrounded by the leftovers of Chop's chopped chops. So by all means, we had to set them free. Except, Chop did not appreciate our efforts, so we gave him the chop and chop before Chop could chop us and us. And our little friend was free. Then we stumbled across someone from Dork's past. Well, sort of. He remembered her choppings, but only vaguely. But at the very least, we know she was not the one responsible for his state of mind.
That attacker is the source.
Did she just say the attacker is the source? Like, did we get food poisoning?
You sense in your soul you were something far greater.
Diarrhea, perchance? Can you imagine? That's the whole story. It was food poisoning all along. Slaughtered whole villages for it, but, you know, that's what you do when you need to defecate. Speaking of things full of crap, guess who we find next?
By Grazit's cock, it's about time you came.
Poor Miss Zora, stuck in a pod in the Mindflayer colony. She was the asset that we now need to free in order to get Will out of his contract for the loophole achievement. And so, with little effort and a lot of self-restraint not to press the other button, we popped her out of her pod. Not that Miss Zora was about to hand Will his soul back anytime soon. Oh no, she'd release him in 6 months. A stipulation that isn't uncommon among devilish fine print. But at least we tried. Sorry Will, that achievement's gotta wait a little longer.
That seems wrong.
But wait, there's more. You thought Miss Zora was the only one trapped in a pod? Oh, so Zevlor, the cowardly thiefling, got himself locked up too. Now, we had no choice but to set them free, because he may be a coward, but he is still a thiefling. It immediately turns into a fight, and these tentacle freaks do not play around. We get charmed, we get whipped, we get mind blasted for most of it, leaving at least one of us stunned in every round. Until one mind blast takes out 3 of the 4 of us in one go. So Gale casually throws in a cloud kill to manage the final mind flayers, and we all make it out alive, including Zevlor and the other 2.
The others, the ambush. Tell me they survived?
You abandoned them. Do you really think you have the right to ask? Yeah, that seems like an appropriate response. What? Is he mad about that? I mean, it was like a normal response. Oh no, she walked straight into the noxious fumes of the cloud kill. That's costing us another reload. For we can't kill Zevlor, and I was not going to test out a knockout strategy, so we redo the whole fight with without AoE spells this time, for there is simply no time to clear them before being forced into the conversation.
Ketheric is below. He thinks you're no longer a menace. Descend and show him how wrong he is.
And that is exactly what we are going to do next. At long last, we get a glimpse of the depths where the Absolute's influence festers. Okay, now that is looking like a boss battle worthy arena. Oh yeah, that much is obvious. Therefore, Gale conjures a few handy-dandy allies, and with the courtesy of the restoration pot thingy, no spell slots are wasted. And down we go.
We found it. The Absolute is behind this door.
Right, so do we proceed with caution or do we barge in? Let's hide. Let's hide and then do it again. Can we get a round of applause for Parsley for finally learning a damn lesson? Took you long enough, brain. And look at you now. No better time to be strategic, especially when walking into a room with these three.
The Edict of Bane.
The lash of God.
Is it giving Power Rangers? Oh, let's go. Wow. Oh, here he comes. Lord, he coming.
The Testament of Merkel.
Wait, now it's straight up giving Donna and the Dynamite. Oh, please tell me you guys see that too. If not, editor me better realize the vision. And after that nonsense, Gale decides it's time to take the spotlight for him and him alone.
I must do as Mystra commands.
Oh, Gale, no. No, you can't really think we're letting you warp yourself.
What choice do I have?
Literally so many. Like, we'll find out about them, I'm sure. After our villain introductions and an explosive Gale, we learn that Duke Ravengard is tadpoled, gift-wrapped and shipped off to serve the Absolute along with Orin and Gortash, leaving us with the main man, Ketheric. Dork steps forward, alone, to keep everyone else hidden, though Ketheric really should have seen them in this dialogue moment.
I will kill you now, and then I will raise you as my servant.
Okay then. Let's go. The fight begins and somehow everyone is still in hiding except for Dork. And he yells out some important information about Ketheric's invulnerability persisting for as long as the Night Song is caged. Good to know. Gale steps in to give the Necromites on the top floor a nice ice bath, instantly killing two of them. Lae'zel jumps across the chasm and up to the platform, where she lands next to the Mind Flayer, and promptly throws him down onto the Intellect Devourers, before moving towards the Night Song's cage. Karlach follows the same path, but unlike everybody else, does not get pulled into combat before she takes an action, and thus gets extra advantage on her pipe throw, impaling the Mind Flayer. Dork then fires an arrow of many targets and an arrow of fire to wipe out the remaining Intellect Devourers. And with an action surge, Lae'zel frees the Night Song and pulls her into the fight. Which means Ketheric is finally vulnerable again. With most of the enemies gone and Aelin flying around with her moon powers activated, we focus our attacks on Ketheric from a nice distance. Because I was hoping Aelin would do the rest. But with not one, not two, but 3 consecutive hits on target by Karlach and a phenomenal firebolt from Gale, it was done. What is he doing?
Merkel, Lord of Bones, I am here. I am ready. I am yours.
Bro. Shut up.
Of
No way. No way. Look at him! Get out! Oh, this is sick! This is so dope! Oh my gosh! Hell yeah!
Well, fuck.
I think that's a bit of an understatement. Oh my Merkel. I am shooketh again. Okay, let's save. Save! Of course that wasn't the end. No, that would have been too easy. Wow, okay. Time to focus. We have an achievement to get. Oh, man, that went hard. That went so hard. No free lunches. Earned by killing Merkel before he snacks on any necromites. And since we already wiped them out in the previous round, this was gonna be easy. Aside from the fact that he spawns new ones every round. So our approach changed slightly. We do our best to kill the necromites before they hatch, and only then, if we have actions left, chip away at Merkel's HP and let the Night Song do the rest. But in the first round, Aelin gets down and no longer helps at all. And now there's no one on the platform, so Merkel starts calling the damned every turn. And thus, there go our methods, who were absolutely wonderful at helping with crowd control. Meaning suddenly, managing all these involucres got a tad more difficult. One of the necromites actually hatches, and we do not kill him in time before Merkel sucks a big whirl of air towards him. And if you look closely at the top bar of enemies, suddenly there was a panic. Did he eat him? Wait, let's check the log. Necromite was killed while downed. Merkel killed the necromite. Oh, okay, thank you, Merkel. And so followed a few more rounds of us holding out, well, except for Lae'zel, but finally, they get it done. Merkel defeated without a lunch, cause we served him a whole meal. Coming with the special dessert of another achievement fulfilled. In his final moments, Ketheric cries out,
Isabel!
Oh, don't tell me she dies because he dies? Said that's so sad. And even if he wasn't fully dead yet by our hand, he sure was after Aelin used his body as a DDR pad. But it didn't matter. Ketheric was gone, and we claimed our first Netherstone. So, naturally, Daddy Tanner came to look upon the first Infinity Stone of 3. And with that, we finally got some real answers about the Absolute, the Netherstones, and the bodies they're attached to. Orin, a chosen of Baal, and Gortash, a chosen of Bane. And Karlach? Oh, she had a Bane to pick with him, alright. And then there's Gale. Gale, who had now evolved from I must off myself and all of you for my ex, to, actually, that crown looks kinda nice. Gale, are you looking for expensive snacks again? I thought we were over this. We then recruit some allies for the journey ahead, with Minthara and Jaheira permanently joining our ranks. We also check in with our favorite not-so-gutted bod, who is out here playing sad songs for the sad kids, because
Maul is still missing, and they haven't taken it too well.
Maul, I forgot about Maul. Don't tell me she was down there somewhere and I need to redo everything. At least Isabel was alright, who did not die with her father's death and is still breathing. Just like Aelin and Wulbren, who still doesn't thank us. Only ever yaps. Who cares, mate? Time to get out of here. But not just yet. A forced long rest delivers some unexpected revelations about Shadowheart's true origins and the state of her parents. And so the clouds lift, not just for Shadowheart, but for all of Rightwind Town. The Shadow Curse is gone. Aww, that is beautiful. And on that note, we catch a first glimpse of Orin and Gortash's wafer-thin thread their so-called alliance hangs on.
My prodigal bloodkin is among them.
They live?
Barely. I made mince of their ugly mind matter.
Oh.
And if they dare return, I will strip out their offal.
Are we related to Orin? Is that the urge? Questions, but no time to unravel that mystery quite yet, because we are only one sleep away from Baldur's Gate. Yeah, no, that's a lie. No sleep for Dork once again. The voice of the Absolute rings in their ears. The prism flies off, and before we even get a moment to process that, a fight breaks out against Gits? We fight our way to the portal and enter the astral plane, where we see the fabulous Disco Skull screen under siege.
I'm here! Help me! I'm under attack!
With stress in his voice, Thanor calls out to us, and off to help him we go. That's a mind flayer.
Before you do anything, I am your ally. We are in danger.
Oh, shit. A mind flayer.
Wait.
The Githyanki is the source of our protection against the Absolute. I must subdue him, or everything we've worked towards is lost. Don't let me.
No! Daddy Thanor is a filthy mind flayer? Oh my gosh!
That's been protecting you.
Ew.
I am the one
Oh man.
that came to you in your dreams. Help me.
Wait, but if the dad is one, then what does that make Dork? Adopted? I mean, plausible, but also, we do still have a brainworm waiting to turn us into an illithid, so he could still be our dad. Perhaps some mind reading will clear it up.
I am telling you my thoughts directly into your head.
Okay, no need to be mean about it. I passed the roll, okay?
Insist on taking a look for yourself. Be my guest.
Nothing in your colourful existence to date could have prepared you for
Ooh, that looks painful. Let me guess. He sees how he was born.
As the horror subsides,
Probably not a pretty sight.
Thought.
A different father,
You must
perhaps?
do whatever you can.
Or
to
that's
subdue
why
the
Dork is a half-orc. It all makes sense.
Happy? Now, join me. Fight.
Right. Let's put the existential crisis on hold and fight with our tentacled father against the Githyanki on a guard. Hachaka. After the confrontation, Lae'zel demands answers, and so do we.
You may call me the Emperor.
Nah, we'll stick with Daddy. Before we leave the prism, the Emperor offers Dork a tadpole. After considering our potential future as half Dork, half Delithid, we return to camp where finally we get some actual sleep. Well, not all of us, because Shadow Art for some reason decided now was the perfect time to bleach her hair. Or did she? Do you guys know how many rounds of bleach you'd need to go from pitch black to this white? Yeah, she'd be balding by now. So this is a wig, 100% a wig. I've called it, it's Shadow Wig from now on. There we go. Next. No time to process that though, because we arrive to the loading screen. And with that, we get the achievement, The City Awaits. As we wait on the city, let's dive in. Our final journey begins in Rivington, where the streets are paved with everything but achievements. Though, fear not, there is no shortage of trouble to get into. Dork's got kids to feed, a shape-shifting ox to carry, and a few old friends to say hi to. Like the tiefling refugees who are so happy we saved them and delighted that they made it to the gateway of Baldur's Gate, and so thankful they are still alive for our achievement.
What a sad situation.
Rivington also has earthquakes, possibly due to the brain, though I'd say it's more likely due to the rune pyromaniacs hidden in this basement. And our pal Barkus is not thrilled about the whole ordeal. Wulbran's got a grand plan to blow up the steel watch factory and take the Gondians with it, but Dork wasn't quite convinced. So he said no twice, but immediately reconsiders because maybe, just maybe, leaving the explosives with the group who intends to use them is not the smartest idea. So we took him. For safekeeping. Obviously. Upon leaving the cellar, we bump into a smith who is way too interested in our slaying style. His name? Angleiron? Orion?
Oh, sweet sibling. The world has dulled you.
Oh.
Or maybe I poked your mind matter too sharply.
So we are related to her.
I could end it now. But I'll be patient. Father will see us together again. He will see you bleed.
Father? Okay, Daddy Thanark has some serious explaining to do when we see him again. My gosh, the family trauma continues. Honey, you've got a big storm coming. We buy and read a Baldur's Mouth that, through a few wild headlines, leads us to investigate the Open Hand Temple murders, where Father Lorgan is no longer, and the Holy Fant leading the search deliberately decides to incriminate the refugees with no evidence. So, we've got a murder weapon to find. We pick up the key from his dead body, open his chest, and find out about the false bottom.
That looks boring and suspiciously shallow. Is there a false bottom?
The Book of Confessions led us into the cellar of the temple, where some conveniently hidden buttons opened the way to a cave beneath the temple that apparently nobody knew about. Except there are people, making that very suspicious, so we hide and walk closer. That is, until they spot us and it immediately turns into a fight. Okay, so he's named Zom. And they're turning into zombies. Oh my, puns like that should be punishable by death.
Death.
Turns out, Zom and his buddies are not zombies, but shapeshifters, carrying a strange key, interesting notes, and someone's buttocks. Exploring further, we find the crime scene and Stillmaker, the murder weapon, plus the refugees Father Lorgan try to help. Oh no, they're tieflings. That's sad. Though, this one is named Malkul, so maybe it's for the best that he didn't live long enough to summon us a Balrog. But just in case, we decide to leave. No drums in the deep for us. Thank you very much. We hop out the cave and get to a secluded area with a bunch of traps. And while we are careful at first, it doesn't take long for things to go boom. We survive. This guy doesn't. And then we round the corner where we see the ship with the cargo from Moonrise, with, once again, a really friendly, welcoming party.
You picked the wrong side, cock.
We team up with the local guild, bash in some thug skulls, and learn that the Stone Lord is a big deal. Dork and crew are also a big deal, as they got interviewed by the journalist Lens, who gave us a clear view of what to do next. Because, as Dork explained how he is more of an improviser than a planner, and Orin laughed in his face saying he's not embracing his butcher side, it was time to burn the whole place down just to get into Worm's Crossing. Was this a smooth idea? Absolutely not. I mean, come on, this is Dork we're talking about. Smooth isn't on the menu. Barely hanging on, now that's more like it. So, as we ready ourselves to step through the checkpoint, Battle begins part 2, because 1 is never enough. Though, as you can see, Astarion is barely alive, Hansen's looking about the same, and Dork was packed a bit too heavily. Fortunately, our opponent is just one steward, so we hit him with a sneak attack, add a little slash or two, and that's that. We loot the body, like one always does, but apparently the citizens here don't really appreciate the casual corpse desecration, and suddenly we're facing the consequences of that action. Which is to say, we double down and start killing more guards, aka Battle Part 3. A small problem though, neither Astarion nor Halsin are healed yet, so Halsin does the sensible druid thing and shapeshifts into an owlbear, but our rogue was not so lucky. Thankfully, we are, because we make it through the fight. But then this nosy lady, who cares more about the looting that took place during the fight than the murder of said people, screams for help. So right as Dork helps Astarion, we get into battle, part 4. First there's 4 enemies, then there's 6. It only took one action to immediately KO Astarion, and with their incredibly annoying volley attacks, where everyone loses hit points at a rapid rate. Halsin cries out the most heartbreaking noise as Astarion succumbs to his wounds, only to do the same thing himself seconds later, followed by Karlach, who gets hit with a double whammy. Oh no! All my companions are dead. This is fucking great. So let's drink a potion of speed, because I don't want to reload, for I forgot to save in between, okay? Dork turns invisible as he assassinates one of the final 3, and then climbs up the stairs to get ready to shank the archer. And nobody knows where he went. So for one glorious turn, the enemies are unable to get a hit in, a much needed break. Dork climbs down to slash this bastard and sprints over to the last guy to end his misery in the same turn. That ended surprisingly smooth. I really thought I had to reload there for a second, but someone really needs to stop me from using murder as the solution to problems that did not even exist. Mind you, I did not even try approaching the checkpoint patrol, I just saw a guard and had Astarion stab him, resulting in this slaughter fest. Ja, ich habe issues, many issues. Because with everyone revived and Mintara swapped in, we make the same mistake again. And if the ground wasn't stained enough already, well, I said what I said. We butchered them all and painted the town red. But it seems someone beat us to being the first to do that, as when we unlock the attic of Frego's flophouse with the key we acquired from Zum Bay, we find red splatters, a corpse, and a list of targets. Someone's been busy. Like our Harper, who we bring along to Dantalon's Dancing Axe, the Harper Safe House, where a covert meeting is taking place in yet another cellar under Selûne's Tears? Wink wink. Jaheira picks up on the code word and subtly drops Marcus in for Dork to do the math as well. He plays it cool and lets her take the lead. The conversation? Brief. The execution? Even briefer. After the dust and blood settles, Geraldus admits that the mission is compromised. Not our mission, but the one Jaheira kept from us. She's not necessarily tagging along for the absolutist kill count, but she's here to rescue Minsk. One more name for our growing list of damsels in distress. And to rhyme with that, we head to Sharess's Caress, where we inform the Mamzelle that her employee is ready for a different type of service. Upstairs, we find Valeria drinking her way through a closed case, but we kindly let her know that it's wide open, and so she gives us a pass into the lower city to continue the investigation. Not that we needed it, because shortly after, we axe our way through a locked door, revealing a spicy scene and a bathtub with an invitation to Gortash's coronation. But it's in the final room that things really get hot. Dare I say, infernal. We walk in on Voss arguing with Raphael, who kicks him out as there's no interesting offer to make. That he has in mind for us. He silences the voice of our daddy and begins the art of the deal. We get the Orphic Hammer to break Prince Orpheus's chains in the hopes that he willingly shields us from the Elder Brain, in return for the Crown of Casters to unite and run the Nine Hells as the Archdevil Supreme. Yeah, no, that does not sound like a good idea to anyone, right? So, no deal. Back outside, our conscience returns and we spill everything to our favorite dad. Not that we have more than one.
That's suspicious.
We stroll to the end of Worm's Crossing where the drawbridge is up, but one look at our legitimate invitation and our fancy drip of blood, the flaming fist opened the gate. We're in, but something's off. A sharp pain strikes Dork's skull, the world blurs, and vision fades.
You have disobeyed your father's wishes one time too many.
Why am I starting to get a feeling that our father may not be who we think he is? Sclaritas also drops that our newly revealed family is not awaiting a happy reunion, but one more in line with Baalist ideology. There can only be one chosen, and we'll fight to the death for it. The vision snaps away, and finally the memories flood in. The blood spilled, the urges, the joy of killing, and the daddy dilemma deepens.
All is as you feared. You are a spawn of Baal. His heir. His scion.
So, either Tanorg is not just a mind flayer but also Baal, or we've got two dads. Did I not say he's adopted? We'll have to wait and see just how prophetic I was. The narrator then warns that our companions might not love this identity reveal, though given our track record of murder first and talking never, I doubt it will be much of a surprise. We can't linger too long on it either, as we're greeted by Gortash himself.
Welcome home!
On her way to his coronation, Mizora reappears and is a little too pushy about bringing Will along for the ride. So we don't. But at the coronation, the drama escalates. A tadpole Duke Ravengard stares blankly into the crowd, while Karlach is barely able to contain her rage. Gortash swaggers over, very swag, and drops a metaphorical bomb. Not only were he and Dork besties once, making him want to team up in order to slay Orin, grab her stone, and rule together, and the detect dot shows that he's not even lying about it, but he also shares that there's an imposter among us. Given the room is rather crowded with Steel Watchers, and it's a nice deal to not have them on our asses all the time, Dork does the sensible thing and agrees. The coronation begins, Gortash ascends to Archduke, and we speak to Mizora once more afterwards. She's all smug and cryptic, claiming that Duke Ravengard's been moved somewhere dangerous. And while she swears that he's already as good as dead and won't spill any more information, she promises to meet us at camp with Will. So, back to camp we go! Except Mizora isn't there, just one stressed out Will and our love interest that deserves an honest explanation. Dork tells her that he is a Baal spawn, and as his reliable source of emotional support, she once again does not disappoint and remains his lover. Phew! With that, we can head into the lower city. Upon arrival, our ox-turned-apple-turned-friend? Left our pocket and we got a whole new area to explore. Fairly quickly, we run past the Elfsong Tavern, where we speak with the barkeep about their availability of rooms. And in the spirit of being tourists in our own hometown, we haggle for a discount for our Airbnb with a side of homicide. That murder is being investigated by Devella, the detective that Valeria mentioned to us. We show her the murder list we found, and in return, she brings the juice. The Baalist cult that was thought to be extinct after Sarevok bit the dust turns out to be dormant, ready to erupt at any moment. And any moment is right about now, which we know, of course, Dork is literally a part of them. But since Devella's got orders to save the upper city folks, we offer to investigate downtown. After a quick hello to Elvira on the rooftop, we crash into a wine festival at Cora Highberry's house, one of the victims-to-be from the list. Dork wastes no time and warns her she's in danger the first chance he gets. And that goes over poorly with Master Metzley, or rather Delore, as he and his shape-shifting crew don't appreciate the interference and start a fight, which I don't know how he thought he could rival Dork, literal heir of Baal. So with a stabbity stab, Delore falls to the floor, and on his body we find a note with a password and a bag of hands. Not that I had any clue what to do with them. Yet. But at least Cora was safe and we tread on. Next we run into Tammin, and both Karlach and Dork were praying for some good news regarding her heart. But what do we get? Flirting. This man is once again way too flirtatious with our girl, and after that tells her he can't even fix her.
What?
As we discover a new waypoint, we stroll past Sylphie, one of the Tiefling kids, and we get the option to ask about Mol, our still missing little crime lord. And according to Sylphie, she's all good, which is strange. But sure enough, just a bit later, we step into a shady alley where we nearly get into a fight because Dork wandered to head a little too far before they spoke to us. But thanks to our previous violence against the Stone Lord thugs near the Moonrise ship, we get the green light and they let us into the guild hall. And there she is. Mol.
Glad to see you in the city. Ready to do some business?
Girl, how did you escape?
I survived the hells when Elturel fell. Compared to that, slipping out of Moonrise was child's play.
Sure. With the Find Mole quest completed, we run into the guild's leader, Ninefingers. She's laser focused on dismantling the Absolutist plot and also mentions the big bad Stone Lord, even going so far as to working with the Scents? Wait, but okay, maybe I misunderstood, but like I thought the Scents were kind of pro-absolute. Well, business is what we learned from Roa back in Moonrise, and so we too have got unfinished business to tend to. We quietly unlock a door into the lower city sewers where we are met with poisonous gas, multiple cultists, explosives, and Arabella, who does not need saving this time. No, she's too busy staring into stones, vibing with the weave. Girl's doing well for herself. So we weave goodbye and leave her to it. We venture deeper into the sewers, and all of a sudden, right as our surroundings start turning greener, our green lady appears. Lae'zel is panicked, warning us to run for our lives.
We was running for our lives.
And if you two think that it's Aradin cosplaying as Lae'zel, who would obviously never say such things, surprise, surprise, it's Orin. She makes Dork an offer that is hard to refuse, a duel to the death, after we deprive Gortash of his life and stone, so that Lae'zel lives to see another day. Or better said, fighting murder with murder to prevent murder. Sign him the up. With that settled, we enter the abandoned cistern where Dork reboots our murder first, talk never business model. And after that we find a greasy, smelly climb up, just how we like it, leading to a cargo basement. Up the stairs we see, well, not much, the game is taking its damn time to load again, and Borks, angry Borks. After slicing them up, we finally decide to take a break. Because thanks to the magical power of changing regions, we revived our spell slots when we entered the lower city. So now it was actually time for our first long rest of Act 3. Spoiler alert, if you thought that Dork was going to be well rested anytime soon, boy do I have bad news. First we get the visit from Mizora that we were waiting for, and Will wants nothing more than answers about his father's whereabouts. But devils don't waste words, they deal in contracts. Either Will learns where to find Duke Ravengard, or
I break your pact, and you are freed from your duty. Your father dies by his enemy's hand, and Baldur's Gate loses its greatest champion.
Mizora, you asshole!
Choose.
I don't think we have a choice. Break the pacts.
You damned wretch! Father.
Oh, Will, I'm so sorry.
Do it. Break the pact.
The contract evaporates. The pact is broken. The achievement? Unlocked. Loophole. And just as Dork thinks he can finally sleep, up next, Karlach asks for a moment of his time, and she proposes a grand idea.
I want to go on a date. A first date. No weapons, no monsters, no mysterious voices. Just you and me and dinner.
A hot
Please
date.
say yes.
So, under a moonlit sky, dressed in our favorite, just revealing camp clothes, they dine with a glass of wine, like two awkward friends turned lovers on their first ever date. It's clumsy, it's cute, it's perfect. An I love you here, a little I'm blue dabba dee dabba da there, and ... Achievement unlocked. And if you think that was all this night had to offer, oh no. Just as Dork finally settles in to get some rest, Daddy Thanork drops into his mind. Even though Dork has many questions for him, Dad seems a bit troubled, and as the emotionally mature son he is, Dork offers him a hug. Except he refuses, and then has the audacity to think that we are close enough now to justify asking to shove a big illiterate worm up our ass once again. Wait, no, that's not okay. He's still our dad. That's not okay. Stop. Stop it. To cleanse our palate after a long, sleepless night, we go chase the Stone Lord inside of the counting house, who is apparently prancing around in their vaults. To get there, we'll need a vault pass, but we don't even come close to the amount needed to open an account. So of course one has to lie around somewhere. Cue Astarion, who slides upstairs, swipes a vault pass from this room, murders a few employees while at it, and bingo, we get the vault code too. This opens up our path straight to the vaults, where we find the Stone Lord? Minsk the Stone Lord? Jaheira's fears were true. He is part of the cult, and speaking of, she shows up to pick up Minsk. Not the real Jaheira, but Minsk seems convinced that she is. And they leave us to mop up the remaining cultists, who have the unstoppable feat, are invisible half the time, and our allies are not exactly helpful either. So after a long, uneventful fight, all we get is an empty vault. So we go hunting for Minsk and that bag of gold he carries with him. At one point, we'd return to the abandoned cistern where we find a valve puzzle. The first attempt fails, but on the second try we get the sluice gate open, revealing a hidden room. We run into the tube and stand face to face with real Minsk, fake Jaheira, and our old pal Roa. Proving our suspicions right, the Zends do still deal with the absolutists. But Minsk sniffs us out and combat begins. Not wanting to disappoint Jaheira, the real one, we toggle non-lethal attacks and knock Minsk out with gentle violence. Fake Jaheira gets no such mercy. And Roa, well, wrong place, terrible deal, pockets full of gold, joins her in the afterlife too. After the fight, Minsk comes to his senses and thinks we killed the actual Jaheira. Dad 1 screams at us to get rid of him.
Don't be foolish. He is too unpredictable.
Dad 2 urges us to finish him off, but when both dads agree on something, Dork just has to disagree. And so Dork intimidates them both into protecting Minsk. And that has to be the best choice ever, because we get 2 for the price of none.
No, it is a hamster.
That line alone earned Minsk and Boo a spot on the team. We had an open position for a jack of all trades after all, and he seemed the perfect fit. Since we were already level 12, we got to multi-class him, one level in every class going from top to bottom all in one go. And upon giving him the last one, the achievement popped up. Minsk now has an interesting amalgamation of different spells and actions and a level in the Bard class, meaning that we finally get to attempt the Busker trophy, since Dork was obviously not going to cut it. Musically. The first performance is a bit of a flop as the roll fails and no gold gets thrown our way when that happens, but on our second try it actually works and we receive 1 whole piece. Out of 100. Yeah, this one might take a while. We enter the guild hall and are greeted by a Zend who sends us straight into battle. But this one was fun, for I got to try my hand at Minsk's multi-class buffet of new spells, while our allies did most of the work. After wiping out the Zentharim, we go to chat with Nine Fingers, totally forgetting that Minsk and her aren't exactly buddies. Still, after some strange words and mild cobbling, everything ends peacefully. To celebrate, Minsk drops a beat, but fails again, so no gold. But while trying it out on the other guild members, it does work and we get 2 more. That's 3 down, 97 to go. I was worried that I might forget about doing this achievement if I let it simmer too long, so we wandered the city, loot in hand, trying our absolute best. And that was often not enough. Even when we finally succeeded the check, it was clear that only the newly attracted crowds give coins, so it's better to try your luck elsewhere. It was at this point that Dork thought to himself, what if we get a real bard? With proper performance proficiencies. We go to camp, speak to Withers, who's been waiting all game for this moment, fork over 100 gold and hire our first hireling, Brenna Brightsong. When her picture pops up and she joins the party, so does the outsourcing achievement. And it's time to put this bard to work. She picks up the loot, strums a few chords, and turns out to be a 3-hit wonder, succeeding every roll. I tried to pair her up with Minsk for a duet, but neither man nor hamster can keep up. Still, because she succeeded the roll, the coins drop 8 this time. We then wander around, scouting for a new location, switching instruments along the way, but then...
You! The god's damn disease of the gate.
Excuse me?
Lady Mazora told me everything.
This woman we don't know comes charging in, frothing with rage. She's furious that we didn't save Duke Ravengard, and now she's decided to kill us and then go for Will. Dork tries to persuade her that Ravengard could still be alive, and if he is, we'll save him, of course. But the roll fails, and I press continue rather than re-rolling, resulting in a bit of a pickle, because I don't have my best fighters with me and am not at all used to the bard's way of life yet. The enemies keep spamming confusion onto us, so we no longer see sharp. And neither did I, because with my bouts of infinite wisdom, I decide that Minsk should start performing in the middle of the fight. Not that it lasts long, as he gets insta-confused again and hits Skarlak. Like one does. It's a bloody miracle that we survive, and we even find an interesting book on the body of Cordula Elton, but more on that one later. We have a grind to continue. This time inside the Elfsong Tavern, where there is a generous crowd earning us 14 more gold in one go. We move to the gallows, 4 gold. We hit a random street, 9 more. And so we play our tunes all over Baldur's Gate, sometimes earning just 1 piece, sometimes hitting the jackpot. We also return to past hotspots, hoping for repeat performances, but lightning doesn't always strike twice. It doesn't matter though, as gold piece by gold piece we busk our way up to 100, earning our stripes as a true bard and the achievement. While strolling through the central plaza, we spot a familiar face, Aradin. And true to form, he's whining about the night song again. When Dork then tells him that we are not going to turn our muscle mommy in and that she'll snap anyone in half that dares to try, he sees potential.
Hope you hit her well, mate.
The Dunning-Kruger effect is strong with this one. Inside of Sorcerer's Sundries, we see another recognizable face. Roland, who's looking a little worse for wear. But when Dork inquires about the bruises, Roland brushes it off and lets us know where to find Larian. Before we take a portal to him though, we find another one by snooping around in places we are once again not supposed to be. Through it, we step into the vaults where we are greeted with a puzzle of doors. 2 are locked, and with zero logic applied on my part, we trial and error our way through the doors and the traps to eventually unlock the levers for both Elminster's and Casus' vault. In that last one, we find what Gil was hoping for, the Annals of Casus, a book all about the crown atop the Netherbrain. Dork hands it to him to read, and within seconds, Gil's dreams of godhood are revived. And better yet, they can be realized. When Gil then floats the idea of reforging the crown, Dork shuts it down hard. We are here to destroy it, not polish it up for a power trip.
Then you're already wiser than me.
We press him to drop the temptation, and while he isn't yet fully convinced, we at least agree on one thing. Raphael can never get the crown. Over in Alminster's vault, we found the Tarchiate Codex filled with knowledge on the necromancy of Thay that also cursed Dork with a -5 on Constitution. Big oof, but luckily Gil's remove curse spell came in handy and the problem was solved. But the vault's full of more secrets. Beyond an illusion wall, we find a peculiar lamp, and you already know my trigger-happy hands click on it. Suddenly, Dork is gone, trapped inside a lamp, with a Ginny who's beyond grateful for our appearance, and then leaves.
Toodles!
Back in the real world, Karlach meets that Ginny, who smugly tells her to move on. Go find a new party leader and companion, he said. Naturally, she throws hands. And everything else, really. The crew is able to reduce the Ginny to dust, but we were unsuccessful at our attempts to scoop him up and put him back into the lamp. Luckily, on Dork's side of things, the room is filled with a bunch of items, including a scroll to summon a Quasit. Can't summon it inside though, so Dork swaps places with Karlach to get out, and then summons the little guy and sends him in instead. And yeah, we just left the Quasit there. I felt bad about that for a whole 3 seconds. For that sadness turned into burning rage the moment we meet Larian, a wizard that's even more of an arrogant little gremlin than Aradin. He's rambling on about immortality, divinity, and how he's so special, though only if he can get the Night Song to give him all of those powers. And so Gil gets a taste of the arcane ego from someone else for once. And you'd think it would humble him, but not really. These two immediately start bickering, throwing shade back and forth, while Dork can't even react to it as we only get dialogue options that loop back to the whole Night Song thing. We've heard enough though, and promise to be back with the Night Song herself. At camp, we tell Dame Aelin of this wretched thing in his tower, and she cracks her knuckles and takes it to the skies for us to follow suit. Nothing Larian says can persuade us from being Team Aelin, and in a beautiful twist of fate, even Roland turns on his master and joins us. And so we get an epic battle intro, the arcane brawl erupts, Larian, his myrmidons, and his other apprentice Miklar versus Dame Aelin, Dork and crew, and Roland. Our feisty wizard pupil is still a tiefling, and if that wasn't clear yet, can't die for that sole reason. So while we're trying to keep him alive, Karlach launches his spear at Larian for him to answer with an elemental retort, dealing a massive chunk of damage. And I thought he couldn't retort twice, so she throws again. And that was Karlach. We can't leave such cruelty unpunished though, and a heavy-duty force spell blasts through the battlefield, shattering Larian and Miklar into oblivion. And from that moment, the rest of the battle is smooth sailing. Roland takes a couple of hits from the Earth Myrmidon, but nothing too severe, and when all enemies are down, Larian receives the Catholic treatment. Though, rather than DDRing him, Ailyn breakdances him straight over her knees with a move that's still better than most of Australia's entry in the Olympics. Roland confirms that Larian was indeed abusing him, and that we helped free him once more. So now he steps up as the new master of Ramazith's Tower, joined by Cal and Leah, finally reunited as well. And he promises to fight beside us in the fight for Baldur's Gate. As for Ailyn, she's victorious, but hollow, as if revenge ripped away a part of her that may never return. She and Isabel also decide to leave our camp, retreating to a Selûnite enclave, but they too vow to aid us when the final battle calls.
We wouldn't miss it. Not for anything.
Then we spot Alminster in camp, inviting Gale to meet Mystra at the Stormshore Tabernacle. Gale accepts the invite, but Dork is a bit skeptical. I mean, this is the lady who basically asked our friend to go orb himself, after all.
If you will not use the orb to end this abomination, then you must find a way to separate crown and host.
Upon return, Gale speaks of the option to surrender the crown to Mystra, because that's what she wants, and he seems quite conflicted. Dork does all he can to support Gale in whatever he truly wants for himself. Not for Mystra, not for Godhood, but for Gale. And that means Gale promises us one thing, that he will do anything it takes to bring down the Elder Brain.
I will not let you down.
From there, we find ourselves back in the lower city sewers, exploring the endless tangle of tunnels and doors, and this time we stumble upon Daddy Thanark's old hideout. Inside, we find echoes of a man we barely know, but are trying to get to know. We find a recipe for fiddlehead soup. He apparently loved that. A warning about gifts, a dog collar for he owned one rascal, some keepsakes, and a wardrobe filled with disguises. Wait, what was that about the kids? As we open the way to the Knights of the Shield hideout, we walk into a Gith Yankee infestation, and they want the prism for their queen. So we decide to give them a warm welcome with steel. Combat breaks out and they start throwing hold person like no tomorrow, and with a slight reminiscence of our happy accident in Moonrise Towers, for each Gith we slay, another appears, thanks to those portals. It takes a while before the Gate Masters fall, but once they finally do, the fight shifts in our favor and we win. After that, it's time for another long rest to recharge. This night, we get to see Jaheira and Minsk reunite in the most Jaheira and Minsk way possible.
And try as you might, I know you have not missed my point as neatly as you pretend.
And with that resolved, Dork lies down exhausted. But sleep offers no peace. Because we visited Daddy Thanark's old hideout, this night we wake up in the middle of a nightmare.
NANI?
It starts out perfectly normal. Dad's talking about how he doesn't feel like he needs to hide from Dork anymore, in any way, shape, or form. Man is half naked after all. And Dork calls him out for keeping all those secrets.
Few would trust a mind flayer. So I did what I had to convince you.
Oh, but we're family.
Your motivations, your actions, your desires. I deduced the best way to align your goals with my own.
And what did you learn?
That you are complex. What I didn't anticipate was how much I would enjoy your company, your mind.
This has a weird undertone to it. Don't get me wrong, I knew about the mind-blown achievement, but because we'd built this father figure and I kept referring to him as Daddy Thanark consistently, 1 + 1 did not equal 2 in my head until right about now.
This might be our last chance to explore the possibility of
Oh, hell no, this is mind-blown.
Is that something you want?
No, I don't want that. But I have to.
With a rush of feeling, the Emperor's feeling.
This is disgusting.
Arousal.
Oh my god, I completely forgot that his name's the Emperor. Because his name's not the Emperor, his name's Daddy Thanark. Why? Guys, I don't feel so good. Don't show it to us. I don't want to see this. Oh my. We're cheating on Karlach with our dad.
Cold, smelling faintly of vanilla and garlic. Its breathing quickens as you pull in close to its face. Its excitement palpable.
Stop. Stop. Please stop.
As a thought occurs to you. Where is a mind flayer's mouth?
I'm going to puke. This is so gross.
Diagrams in a book you read long ago. A mind flayer's mouth is underneath the tentacles.
Achievement run. This one's for you. Sweet home Alabama. This is horrific. I don't want to watch. Yep, there it is. I'm not proud of this one. I hope you're happy, Larian. Fuck you. And so we get into some highly redacted scenes, and the narrator dares to call this the greatest experience of Dork's life. This man takes daddy issues to another level.
It seems the tadpole allowed you to share more than you would have liked with your companions.
They know?
Emotional damage!
And even though he wipes their minds, Daddy Thanark, or do we just call him Thanark from now on? Well, he's probably even more daddy now. Daddy Thanark once more tries to seduce us into taking a tadpole, but at this point, I am so disgusted that I just skip through the rest of the convo like, I don't care, I just want this to be over. After that calamari calamity, we try our best to get our amnesia back, and we head to Worm's Rock, where Karlach gets mistaken for a broken steel watcher. We kill the guard sleeping on duty, and while we're at it, we kill every other guard in sight, because if you expected anything different, that's your mistake. But it turns out that Bloodbath had tactical merit, because tucked in the back of the prison, we find Counselor Floric. A little depresso, but no stresso, we got a key to her cell, and we discover a hidden passage through a now busted wall in the storage room, meaning we don't have to deal with the metal hunks upstairs and have a secret escape route to lead her through. But we're not done in the prison yet. You see, that book we found on that unhinged lady that tried to kill us mentioned a guardian dragon named Ansur, found neath prison's deepest level, and with lightning shock, a true hero spark flickers and the torches alight. And that was not just poetic nonsense, as it worked like a charm. We step into the wormway, reminding us of our crash landing achievement, so when Daddy tells us to back off, we move forward, and before us, 4 trials. For the first one, we have to
restore the balance of justice.
We review the facts, find the proper sentence per statutory interpretation, and are ready to apply a little lex talionis. But there's a judge. Oh no, set him free. And Shadowheart polymorphs him into a sheep. Sadly, he disappears instead of bleating objections, but we slap the correct sentence down, and our first statue of success lights the way. We run across to another room full of glowing crystals and a black king to fall in 2 moves. Dork smashes the former and solves the latter, thanks to my limited, and I mean very limited, knowledge of chess. We do it in one go. And I could boast about how smart I am, but you know by now that that would be a lie, and that's demonstrated shortly after when Dork picks up the torch to prove their courage. A fight breaks out and, well, an axe is way more efficient than a torch, you must agree. And Statue Man never said, keep the torch in your hand, so I do a little switcheroo. We which results in an outcome more befitting of a ball spawn than a hero anyway, so it tracks. The room fills with fallen rangers, but we carve through them with ease. On our way out though, we find out that that wasn't the only group ready to tear us down, with a big boy amongst them. But hey, if we can improve courage the noble way, we'll do it the blood-soaked way. And so we clear out all of them and step into the Dragon's Sanctum, only to find the remains of one. Completely oblivious, Dork tries to loot the carcass, but rather than loot, we get possessed as Ansur's spirit rushes into his veins and things turn sour.
Brack, my words aren't meant for you. They're meant for him.
For Will?
The Emperor stirs in the astral prison.
Oh.
Then in you. Calm. Curious. And detached.
Okay, what's Dad done now? Baldur? Who founded Baldur's Gate?
Your presence has stirred me, as it ever did.
For real?
I am awakened. Answer. It's been too long.
So while we already went through the deception of our daddy Thanork not being an orc but a mind flayer, Dork now also learns that he nibbled on the tentacles of Mother Flippin' Balduran. And he killed his best friend Ansur in a pretty tragic tale. Worst of all, we now have to clean up after his mess. If that isn't generational trauma, I don't know what is. The battle against Ansur begins, and we go at it with full force. I mean, he's a rather large fellow with a significant amount of HP and legendary actions. We fight through the Myrmidons first, we deal a good amount of damage to the worm, and then he begins hoarding energy mid-air. Sadly, we are not able to deal enough damage in that moment to slay him while he's up there, so Dork uses one of our Globe of Invulnerability scrolls to save them from the obvious wrath that would follow. But then Ansur sits his ass back on that beautiful blade barrier and he dies. So no achievement, but a reload to rectify this mistake, the first one of Act 3. Yippee! The fight begins, again, and we move through the motions, again. Ansur uses his legendary action to do a good deal of damage to us, and we drink a potion of speed and lightning resistance to help us cope. He also went into energy hoarding mode much earlier on in the fight, and while we try our best, it was not nearly enough to take him out. But this time the crystals were all still intact, so we hide behind them, and as he pushes out his Stormheart Nova, he wrecks his own allies quite a bit, while we emerged unscathed. He also conjured up a bout of storms, to which I react with the most nichest thing ever, but if you know, you know. You know, honestly, missed opportunity to call him Luke Christie because lightning strikes again and again and again. We survived the lightning strikes, the multi-attacks and the lightning breaths, and in round 7, Ansur ascends once more. But this time, we are ready. And with one perfectly timed pike throw, Karlach gives him a crash landing.
Nice.
Now, someone's got some explaining to do, again, and as Daddy Thanork, the Emperor, Baldur explains how he really isn't that different from us, we realize once more, so it is like father, like son. Except they Oh my god, I hate that. I hate that. That did not happen. But it did. It did happen. It actually, oh my god. Given everything we've endured regarding our dream daddy mind flayer trauma, it's actually kind of reasonable that Dork starts wondering if maybe, just maybe, he should lean into the legacy of his other father a bit. So here we are, standing inside Candle Hallow's tombstones, thanks to the items that we pulled off Dolores' body. In the back office sits a button tucked behind a painting, and upon using it, a hidden door appears. Dork leans in and whispers the password from the note, Sicarius, and sure enough, we find ourselves in a ballast crypt. That which guards halts us at the door and recognizes the bag of hands in our inventory as he grants us entry into
the dread Lord's Tribunal.
Where we can become
unholy assassins of Baal.
Seated at the center of it all is Sarevok Anchev, the former Baal spawn meant to become his chosen. And he can fill in a lot of the gaps that Dork still had in his memories. Apparently, he was Baal's favorite child, coming from the most pure origins compared to any of the others, and Dork lived up to that.
You were murder. Pure murder.
And I'd say, still does.
Kill again!
Even though Dork was Baal's golden child, or crimson child more likely, he was usurped by Sarevok's granddaughter. He urges Dork to kill Orin to teach her a much needed lesson. Seems family trauma runs in all of Baal's lines. But first, we must prove ourselves to the Tribunal. Dork has to use deceptive tactics in order to fake his involvement in the killing of these now handless bodies. Or is it bodiless hands? Anyway, the Tribunal believes him, but the real test still lies ahead. Sarevok guides us into another room where our final trial awaits, in the form of Valeria. Dork must slay her to receive the blessing, and there's no dodging it, for the achievement requires what it requires. A rite written in blood, and we spill it. Yes, we. The entire group helped in the killing, even though not everyone was approving of that choice. And as Dork bathes in the blood of the Tribunal, he receives the blessing, and we the achievement. Murder in Baldur's Gate. Now, not everything in Act 3 is about chasing achievements, since there is so much to do here. Like maybe blowing up organs, helping zombies, taking down a Mystic Cairn, stopping the Balder's mouth from printing lies, fighting random fish man, get scammed at a circus, finding cloud pieces, Dork gets trapped in a lamp, save Volo from a mob, Umela Umisla Jahira has her own camp.
She's alive!
As you can see, there are a lot of quests, and that was just a snapshot and not in order, but a few quests are directly tied to the heart of Dork's story, like those of our crew. And so we drop into the story of Astarion. We'd already met the Gur in Rivington mourning their lost children, kidnapped by none other than Astarion himself. His siblings were looking for him too, down in Worm's Crossing, and that leads us to the Tsar Palace. There, we find Cazador's family ring on Godi's pile of bones, a dictionary to translate the words on the door in a room with a corpse, and with those items we open the door and waltz into the ballroom, filled with rats, bats, and wolves, all ready to drag Astarion back to Cazador's side. So we drag them into the grave instead. An elevator takes us down into Cazador's dungeon, where Astarion had never been before. Yet the entire place reeked of his own past. His victims trapped in cages, in cells, not dead, not taken for blood, but marked for the Ascension rite, including the Gur children. Sebastian, one of the spawn, tells us that only Cazador's staff can set them free, but would that even be a good idea with their hunger?
I don't know. Trust me when I say I know the feeling, but you can resist the urge.
Dork has resisted the urge so far, mostly, and so he promises to them, Astarion included, that we'll end Cazador and set them free. The next door opens the way to a huge room, and there he stands before us.
Is this truly our prodigal son?
Oh, ew, I hate his voice.
Do not slouch before me, boy.
The scene that unfolds is raw and brutal.
You are a small, pathetic little boy who never amounted to anything.
This is the embodiment of someone you just want to stab on first sight. The one time we don't. Cazador forces Astarion into the ritual, but in a matter of moments, Karlach breaks the hold that Cazador has on him, getting Astarion back on the team to help in the fight. And from the logs, we learn how the runes for the 6 remaining spawn work as sources of power.
Medallion's humming.
Doing hits on Cazador remains difficult at first, while he lands, and lands hard with every attack.
That's what she said.
Combine that with the miasmic mists aura, and it makes members of our crew drop like flies. And he keeps spawning in new enemies, which turns out is not that weird for him to do, because in his mist form, apparently, he's a scrying eye.
I don't think I've forgotten how fucking annoying they can be, okay?
So Astarion also spawns in help in the form of undead minions from the spell he learned in the Necromancy of Thay, but Cazador keeps healing. So we summon more help, and this is when the battle turns in our favor. Cazador sprawled on the ground, getting critically hit from a safe distance, and he, in a final act of dominance, kills Karlach with his bare hands. So Dark chugs a potion of speed and answers with vengeance, landing the final blow. The ritual ends, but the choice still lies ahead. Will Astarion ascend in Cazador's place, killing all the spawns, or will he remain a spawn forever? Dork tries to look deeper. Does Astarion really need that power to be free? But his insight roll fails, so he does what he always does. He guides his friends towards the light. And so Astarion does not ascend. He kills Cazador, not to claim more power, but to take back his life. And that, at long last, is what he truly deserved. Freedom and the ability to make his own choices. Even though Dork kinda made this one for him, but the same thing he gives to the spawns in their cells.
I think we're done here. Let's go.
We end this heavy day with a long rest.
For all the gifts Baal's children inherit, a peaceful night's sleep is not among them.
Yep, we noticed. But how do you know, Jaheira?
Boo remembers the scent of Baalspan, like rot on the tongue.
Luckily, they just came to inquire, intimidate, and give hope for a different outcome. But does Dork want that different outcome? Or is the darkness starting to feel like home?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Well, maybe we find out in the one place where darkness is a home, the House of Grief. The place where Shadowheart returns to her past. Upon entering, she must undergo the mapping of the soul, though only to see if she remembers her mother superior, Viconia. Once she lets us through, we descend into the Cloister of Somber Embrace, where a lone figure stands guard at the door. Naturally, we speak the only language this party knows, murder, and move inside, where Viconia is waiting, and she is livid. Shadowheart only cares about one thing though, her parents, and Dork follows suit. But Viconia really wants Shadowheart for herself and thus offers a deal. Hand over Shadowheart in exchange for the aid of Shah's forces in the battle to come. Charming, but no, not in a million years. The fight begins and we try to be strategic as there are so many enemies surrounding us. Shadowheart opens with an insect plague right in the central entryway and Viconia runs up to Dork to strike him, which drops her sanctuary. And Dork wastes no time and yeets her into the plague. Or tries to. While not his finest toss, it does the job, and then he lands a critical hit, with a brutal bonus coming from our Surgeon's Subjugation Amulet, the paralyzing critical. Viconia is frozen in place, and the next two hits are now also crits, leaving the Mother Superior with 4 HP in the first round. Astarion was apparently still in hiding near the other Mother side, so he slips in and takes out one of the Sharons with that sneak attack advantage. But darkness spells flood the field, making it quite difficult at times to reach the enemies cloaked inside the void, and also Karlach cannot throw. But Viconia cannot take the insects. And downs, while staying upright thanks to the paralysis. But her followers do everything they can to make this fight a hell still by throwing around bone chills, meaning that we cannot heal. Dork survives on 1 HP, Karlach on 2, so it's no surprise that they both go down not long after. When the condition finally wears off, Astarion is able to slip Dork a superior healing potion, and Dork chugs on his turn. We do our best to control the crowds, but Karlach gets the short end of the stick and dies. Thankfully, at that point, it was 3 of them, 3 of us, so one by one we bring them down and survive the battle. Viconia is still breathing at this point, and Shadowheart walks up to her to demand answers. And after getting what she wants, she doesn't strike. She doesn't forgive either. Instead, she does the one thing that hurts Viconia the most.
embrace loss.
She lets Dork decide her fate, and what does he do? He lets her walk away, takes one long breath, activates turn-based mode, and does what any true Dork would do. Slay her anyway. Beyond the round door lies the Chamber of Loss, and strung up like trophies, Shadowheart's parents. But a happy reunion is not what Shar has in mind for her.
You cannot both free us and free yourself from her curse.
Dork steps back, gives her the space to make the choice herself, and like back in the Shadowfell, she finds her own truth. She frees her parents in the form of granting them passage into the light, free from Shar, free from pain, just like she herself is now.
Let's leave this place. There's nothing more for me here.
After that, we visit old Garlow's place, where a hack survivor group meeting is in full swing, led by no other than Mayrina, the lady we saved from Auntie Ethel all the way back in Act 1 with her rather attractive husband. But this time, she wasn't looking too bad herself either. Dork can't help but smack the voodoo doll, and Mayrina turns back into herself and screams about the Dragonborn in their midst being the fraud. He was actually working for a hag, and not a Dragonborn but a redcap. But now just red, no cap. We learn from Mayrina that there is a missing child and a hag skulking around Baldur's Gate who possibly kidnapped her. She also allows us to take some ingredients from the safe downstairs, where after reading the Hagsbane recipe, I finally, and I mean finally, open the alchemy tab to craft it. First, we make the necessary suspensions and ashes and whatnot, then an elixir of universal resistance, the Hagsbane, and while we're at it, a potion of superior healing. Homebrewer! Okay, wow, I can't believe I did not do that earlier. That was so easy and could have been pretty helpful. Yeah, that's right, and that's why the intellectuals say,
don't cry, craft!
Our search for the child brings us to the local pub where we find a bear of a woman.
Hello, Petal.
Auntie Ethel?
Miss me?
How did she survive?
You wouldn't hurt a pregnant woman, would you?
Pregnant?
Little Vanra was so very tasty.
Pregante?
I'd hate for her to go to waste.
Pregnante? Pregnant? Ethel wants us to stay out of it, so we stick our nose in her business. But because she mentioned how the child would get hurt if we did that, we play it smart. Astarion sneaks into her room, notices the conveniently placed healing shrooms, and Karlach happens to carry around explosives. Okay, let's put these here. I mean, worst case scenario, these mean nothing and we just pick the barrels back up after getting the child, right? Sounds good. Sounds good. And so, Dork and crew walk into the room, start the fight, yeet the Hagsbane onto Ethel, causing her to throw up Fenrir like a cat who's consumed by a blade of grass.
I'm going to paint the wall with your guts, you little shit stain.
Well, we light up the room and paint the walls with Pearl's poor bell guts instead. And skew Ethel onto her blade, killing her once and for all, while the kid runs off happily. Mommy! Or something like that. Excellent work, guys! That brings us to another well-earned long rest after an eventful day. But as you know by now, he got no rest. Poor girlie has been through a lot, but for the first time is actually able to grieve and remains our Shadowheart.
You can't cast a shadow without some light.
And you can't fight a Gortash while the Steel Watcher's still alive. I mean, well, technically you can, but while we were out to save Volo, we also took a detour into the Steel Watch Foundry, where we found out that the Gondians are enslaved to build the Watchers, not just creating them for their own gain like Wilbrun suggested. And since they were wearing explosive collars, they were not really in the position to rebel. and their own family members are being held hostage in an unknown location. To learn of their location, we'd had to go deeper into the foundry, so we marked that for a later time and set off to wreak havoc elsewhere. But this morning, we were poking around in Flim Cargo's basement again, where we bump into one Red Hammer, who Dork intimidates into giving us answers. About what, I'm not too sure, but he casually drops that the Gondian hostages are being held at the Iron Throne, an underwater prison. So Dork intimidates Red Hammer again into taking us there in his submersible. And just when you think things are going smoothly...
Set foot within the Iron Throne and you will die, as will all of the hostages inside.
Oh, a challenge?
Mind turns to the Gondian hostages, bound in fear, their futures hanging by a thread in Gortash's web.
Doc, that thing! Doc, that thing!
That was a mistake.
As the Iron Throne detonates, creating an Ocean Gate situation, I had an inkling that this was going to be a time challenge, so we prep accordingly. Gale conjures a water myrmidon, while Dork scrolls through our inventory and notices that we have a scroll to summon a Quasit. And all of a sudden, we get an achievement. Rude.
Shit-pilling toe-rag.
Crude.
Dickhead.
And full of attitude.
Last nippled meat slab called me shovel.
Let's just say, I like this one. With our crew complete, we descend into the Iron Throne, where our brainwaves connect to the frequency of Omelum. Turns out he's trapped along with Duke Ravengard and the Gondians. Though his voice remains clear, getting the Duke out is our top priority. One by one, we drop down the ladder, scope the place, and learn about the mechanics. Gale moves into the hallway to the left and shoots a lightning bolt on the fishman, causing the lever of one of the cells in the back to open the door, freeing the Duke. And the heavily injured Ravengard stumbles outside when Mizora appears to send more difficulties his way. And because of this unfortunate timing, the explosive spiders immediately get their turns and Ravengard is scorched off the sea bottom. And because I felt an innate sense to save him for Will, we reload. Second time around, we are smarter. We open more cells, we free more people, and the water myrmidon gets ready to deal with the spiders before they get their turn. And whoopsie poopsie, hit Ravengard in the crossfire. Third time's the charm. You'd hope, but nope. Alright, fourth try then. And at this point, I've already given myself another layer of difficulty to the upcoming honor mode run with these 3 unnecessary reloads. So that concept awakens a primal state in my brain, a need to save every single hostage, and we have a strategy. Astarion and Gale take the right side, dealing with the Sahagwin and opening the cell levers so those Gondians have multiple turns to run to the hatch. Karlach goes straight down the center, freeing the 2 Gondians in this room, whereas Dork and the summons take it to the left. Astarion and Gale reconverged at the midpoint on turn 3, while Karlach reaches a restrained Omelum in the back room. Dork removes the Sagwin Hunter from existence and tosses a healing potion at the Duke, who on his turn runs out to trigger the Mizora sequence. The Duke has taken a hit from a spider, but lives to tell the tale and dashes towards the ladder. With 2 turns on the clock, Karlach frees Omelum, and he has the option to teleport Karlach and him back to safety inside the submersible. It's the last turn now, and there are quite a few people who are still not safe yet. Luckily, our crew climbs aboard, the Sagwin are running around like crazy, and the last group of Gondians run for their lives and make it in. And now it's just our Duke and Didalafran. Would it help if we shoved her closer to the ladder? Did that work? Or did she just disappear? Well, you know what, Duke, let's just get you up then. The round ends, the cutscene rolls, Ravengard is safe and now under our Brain Daddy's protection, and I do a quick head count. So that's 13? And then Omi and Duke. Meaning we actually did it. We actually did. Skills. Fresh off our underwater rescue spectacular, we head straight back to the Steelwatch Foundry to finish what we started. We're looking for Tubin, who is held hostage by more overseers, so we move in with care and bring them pain. Once freed, Tubin joins us, leading the way to the Neurositor where the big kill switch lives. To get there, we move to the lower level where, as expected, we are thrown into another big fight. Gomnians, Steel Watchers, Bay Knights, and us. While I did my best to keep everyone alive, I was quite certain we'd lose Gomnian Mancer Biggs, but somehow, someway, they all lived to see another day. Now give me that goddamn achievement, okay? With the foundry cleared, or so we think, we push forward to the final rooms, and Senner can tell that there is more trouble ahead, so he leaves us to fight the monstrosity inside. So we go in quietly in the hopes that we can see what lies ahead for us, but only when Astarion starts the fight. From below us, some Frankenstein Steel Watcher from hell wakes up. Dork becomes a giant to hopefully do a lot more damage that way, and surprisingly it wasn't as bad of a fight as I expected. Even when the last two Steel Watchers exploded, everyone was still standing. Oh, come on, Gale. Classic. But other than that, we were all good, and Tubin ran in to do what he promised to do and made the whole place go. Enter Wilbrun, arriving on cue to clap and gloat now that the Steel Watch is scrap metal. But instead of celebrating, he starts ranting about how the Gondians are traitors who deserve no mercy, even though they were, literally enslaved. But Barkus finally dares to step up and throws Wilbrun some moral clarity. Dork encourages him to become the leader that the Iron Hands deserve. Because Wilbrun Bungle. And just like that, in both factions, we earn ourselves more allies. Nay, friends. We've seen much of the lower city, but there was one final spot on the map left untouched.
I welcome thee to the Devil's Fee, where every hellish curio is a... Oh, it's you.
Turns out, Helsik remembers us from before, back when Dork and Gortash pulled a cheeky little vault heist in Avernus. She also mentioned something about Raphael, his plans with the crown, and how the answers lie in the House of Hope, which we can reach, surprise surprise, with her help. Except her help comes with a price tag, a rather large one, and our funds are not that large. What is large, however, is Dork's and so we head upstairs to see if we can forge our own path to entry. Can we lockpick the door? Yes, we can. Nice. I guess you could say we got a little warm-up before we visit the hells. After looting every chest and bookshelf, we still cannot find the correlation between the items we found and the ritual circle. So Astarion goes downstairs and pickpockets her grimoire. A good thing, because who would have thought that a random pot of incense was necessary? Not me, not Dork, though I guess that doesn't say much about one's capabilities. We finish the ritual and get a warning from Dad, step through the portal because when has Dad ever stopped us, and arrive at the House of Hope. And wouldn't you know it, Hope is here. Literally. A dwarven lady named Hope greets us and tells us about the Orphic Hammer, offers us a disguise, and pleads for a rescue. Hope becomes our guide as we parade around the house, and we go to the left side first, where she wants us not to grab the Orphic Hammer just yet, as that action will trigger our downfall. Instead, we speak to the Archivist and pretend to be one Verilius Receptor, Zariel's High Inquisitor, scoring us an invitation to the boudoir. But before we get there, we find a weird gem on the wall, and while our wisdom check goes smoothly, our intelligence is, once more, light years away. After getting blasted off the stairs multiple times, we finally get inside the hidden room where Mol's contract sits on a pedestal. We steal it and even try to destroy it, but it did nothing, of course. Upon entering the boudoir, Hope throws another cryptic warning at us, and we take a moment to relax, using the restoration faucet to restore our health, spell slots, and faith. before it gets destroyed again upon walking into whatever this is. What the
Oh, gods. What the fuck have I stumbled into?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Since we have our own hot red-skinned bae, we decide to take him out. After which, we stumble upon Raphael's hidden safe with inside of it a note with the password to claim the Orphic hammer. How convenient. Do you know what's even more convenient? Encoding overloads. Again, or so I assume. It looks pretty similar in the effect on the recording with a slideshow-esque feel to it. And I thought I fixed it, because this was the first time it happened ever since that dreadful frame loss of Act 1. House of Hope, more like, how about this laptop start working like it's supposed to? I'm not okay. I'm not okay. But my laptop is. For now. Thank the bloody weave, it starts to run normally again right as we steal the Orphic hammer, and upon doing that, the hells rain down on us.
A hopeless situation.
It can't be that bad, right?
Worst news, Raphael's on his way home, and oh boy, he is spitting mad.
Great. Just great.
You planned for this. I know you did. You have
sure did.
It's really important that you don't panic, even when your eyes evaporate from the heat.
Girly Pop was not lying when she said that, as when we step out of the room, a hell sphere is eagerly rolling after us to make us roadkill. Roasted roadkill. Deaders turn into vengeful bulls and vengeful imps, and another hell sphere shows up. That's two! I just thought we had to outrun this one, but we had to kill instead. Eventually, we do kill both Hellballs of Doom and fight our way down the hall where we make a quick pit stop to grab Hope. Besides realizing that Astarion never joined the fight as his little tiny legs could not keep up with Dork's, we hack through the enemies with ease, and then we equip the Orphic hammer to shatter the infernal crystals binding Hope to her prison. She's free and hopeful as ever.
We'll carve our way to the entrance hall and chop Raphael into messes. That's the hopeful version, of course. The likely version is that we are the messes and he is the chopper.
Well, that about sums it up. Chop chop, to the entrance hall we go. After spawning several summons and taking a bath, we approach with caution, leaving Astarion behind for a big brain move, but you must gather your party before you leave, so that plan falls through. And then they arrive. Raphael with his smug face, Gorilla, and Yurgir? He's alive too. What in the heck's healing mushrooms is this? The dead really do not stay dead in this game. But do we complain? No, because that's twice the XP. And so it begins. Get out. No, he gets his own little musical number. Okay, that's cool. What a villain. What a villain. Okay, how do we go about this? Let's get rid of this big boy first.
Hell has its laws.
Is that Raphael himself? He sings in his own fight song. That's crazy. Crazy. Gale casts a globe of invulnerability, which proves genius, as Raphael's attacks slam onto us, but only hurt the floor. But also not so genius, because the globe works for all, so the Cambions can't hit us, and we also can't hit back unless we yeet them out first. Eventually, we clear out most of them, obliterate one of the soul pillars, and conjure a new globe of invulnerability. That lasts less than one round, as Gale does what Gale does best.
My turn.
Gale, you can't be serious. My dude! Thankfully, Raphael chooses to ascend instead of unleashing hell this turn. Dork uses the moment to charge towards him and hack into Raphael like a madman, and he follows this unhinged business up with a good old-fashioned shove, causing him to fall on his ass too. Aren't they all just stupid family. Maybe not by blood, but sure as hell by that raw talent for up when it matters most. That must also be why Astarion always disagrees with the Horde, because he actually clutches when it matters most. For when our actions are drained, and Raphael has just enough to throw his wrath our way, he just walks off, triggering an opportunity attack from Astarion, and he's done for, leaving us with 2 balls, and we're done too. Hope is free and remains at the house.
Who would ever want to think of hell without hope?
And while we triumphantly return, Dad is not impressed. He's not just mad, but also disappointed. But the emotional gut punch doesn't stop there. Karlach's heart, that was doing just fine in the Hells, starts to falter again. Meaning we head back to Worm's Rock to make a certain someone pay for what he did to her. As we make our way over the bridge, the flaming fists stationed inside aggro the moment they spot us. So it was time to shove those fists where the light does not shine. And let me tell you, there are quite a few of them here, meaning that by the time we've mopped the floor with all of them, we had little to no spell slots left. So to camp we go. Will finally reunite with his father, who, after sharing memories through the tadpole connection, finally understands and sees the truth about his son. And in turn, Will makes his choice. Not a juke, but the blade of Avernus. And then, for the first time in this entire run, no dreams, no intrusions, just sleep. Enjoy it while it lasts. Fully rested and thirsting for blood, we return to the Rock and walk right into the audience hall where Gortash's coronation had taken place. And that's when things go awry.
Amazing. A booby trap?
They activated instantly when we stepped through the door, the icons popping up in the enemy lineup, meaning we're doomed to get fancy footwork. Should I have reset straight away? Probably. Did I? Absolutely not, because I had no idea that these were the traps in question. First playthrough, remember? So we get our ass kicked as the enemies turn their crew into their puppets, causing severe damage to everybody. With Astarion and Karlach dead, my laptop on the verge of dying, together with Gil and Dork, it was a miracle that the fight ended, and we won. We revive, we heal, and we head upstairs to find Gortash in his office. The first room is filled with traps similar to the ones from the previous fight, but now that we could get up close and personal, we're learning a great deal. Like how they can be deactivated or destroyed with lightning damage before combat even begins. Testing that theory inside Gortash's area caused the fight to begin, but the traps do not activate instantly as our party wasn't close enough to those to trigger them. Obviously, after killing Gortash, there was no achievement, but still we learned a lot. Even that there's a side route that leads behind the back of the audience hall, meaning we can skip that fight and walk to his office in a smarter way with less traps. So one more time from the top, or bottom, or middle. We now have to walk and climb and jump and climb some more, all the way around to the other side of Worm's Rock, where we find the locked door that leads to our previously discovered route up to Gortash's office. Astarion uses his lockpicking skills and we sneak up to the left door, only to realize it was the right door. There we use the crates to climb a little higher, making the jump up to the platform viable for all members of our team, and we crawl up the ladder. We do go around this time to disable all the stun traps, as Dork walked into one in our previous attempt. Astarion cracks open the side entrance and then disables the incineration casters beside the main door. Gil comes in to zap the inaccessible grenade impellers in the corners of the room and the 3 force curtains with a witch bolt, and uses his shocking grasp to take out the incineration casters on both sides of the archway and inside of Gortash's room. Astarion, Karlach and Dork station themselves outside, while Gil moves in to trigger the fight from a safe distance. That way, the fight begins and none of the remaining traps activate. However, this also means that Gil must now take all the hits, so Karlach rushes in to support him before he dies, but mid-throw, Gortash spots her, and her thrown bike immediately falls onto her own head, dealing quite a bit of damage. But so far, so good. No traps triggered, No deaths. Oh. Nope, that was Gil. At one point, we used smoke powder barrels to blow Gortash's goons that were dominating our crew to bits, and it works so well, even the bell starts tolling. Gortash uses his turn to summon the Black Hand of Bane and enlarges himself like he's compensating for something. But no amount of divine theatrics can save him, and with a back shot from Astarion, he's out. And this time, we get the fancy achievement. Bane's fist slams down beside Gortash's lifeless body, and it's over. Karlach stands there looking down at the man who shattered her life. Retribution. But instead of satisfaction, all she feels is the hollow echo of revenge.
I killed the bastard who ruined my life, and my prize is that I get to crawl into a corner and die.
Her voice breaks, and so do we.
It isn't fair. I don't want it like this.
Why can't we save her? We chased every lead, the Steel Watch, the Hells, Dammon. And just like he said, it all led to a dead end.
Let's get out of here. I've always hated this place. Stupid fucking gigantic bridge or whatever.
Karlach walks off to take a moment for herself, while Dork picks up Gortash's netherstone, causing the brain to shriek. And while he was very disappointed in us, Daddy Tanner pops in and compliments Dork.
You have done well. One netherstone remains. Orin's. We must find her and take it from her.
Orin, the last obstacle.
Kill Orin! Kill Orin!
Even the brain is screaming for her blood now. But Dork doesn't move, not without Karlach at his side. While she struggles with her mortality, Dork reminds her, we still have a future. Maybe a shorter one than most, but that doesn't make it less beautiful.
God, you're so right. And we are beautiful, aren't we?
He also wants to fight for her like she fought for him, and so he pushes for the only option he knows can save her life, a furnace. But she's made a choice, and so Dork readies himself to face his own trauma. We find ourselves at the big stone door in the Undercity ruins with our amulet of Baal that we got from Saravok after becoming an unholy assassin.
Walk in blood.
And that we do. Welcome to Manslaughter Chasm. With a name like that, we feel right at home, and so we run in. Even a failed perception check does not slow us down, so the game does. Suddenly, Dork is teleported back, and a fight begins. A ritual. And we are the targets. If we don't stop the Farslayer before the chant finishes, we die. Or we could walk far away, but our crew decides to live up to the name of the area. Gil and Karlach misty step into range of the chanter, stripping away a few of his unstoppables, while Dork and Astarion take out some of the other enemies. But more emerge from the shadows, and the Farslayer relocates to a new location. So, more misty steps and magic missiles, and Dork now also runs into range to attack him, using his action surge in order to finish him off. The ritual ends, and in a cloud of smoke, turn after turn, our enemies disappear. We did it. We continue to explore and find a door leading to another dark area. We walk down the winding road and pass by many grim displays, including these busts of doom, or chests of wisdom, whatever floats your boat, really. At the end, another closed door awaits, and so does Scleritas. Our faithful butler swings the doors open, revealing the Temple of Baal. Home. And in our home, is that Lae'zel? She was kidnapped all that time. Oh, poor Chica. Orin kept her word and did not slice Lae'zel in half, just yet. But as the mood switches, Dork triggers her into leaving Lae'zel alone. A quick little flashback follows, courtesy of Orin, who lays bare the truth behind Dork's amnesia.
How you screamed as my knife slit your skull.
What the?
Your brain juices.
That helmet looks ridiculous.
And sweet.
But funny looking or not,
Bar demands a Jew.
And duel we shall. While Dork received the unholy assassin's blessing, Orin was blessed with her badass slayer form. Pretty hot, too. But as the fight begins, something is off, for I see 0 chanting cultists, which, since we are chasing Orin's related achievement, is a problem. A bit of research later, and I figure out it's a Dork urge issue, but there are workarounds, so we reload. Karlach sneaks ahead alone and fires directly at Orin. The fight starts, but this time with 6 chanting cultists, 12 unstoppables for Orin, and no Slayer form yet. Now we're playing to win. The other companions sneak in and Gale unleashes a level 5 magic missile spell, shooting a dart to eat away the unstoppables. The summoned Myrmidon takes another. Dork showers everyone in a potion of speed so that Karlach can dive back in, ripping through the final 3. And now we can peel the blood from her veins as Dork slices into his sister, her flaying of him now mirrored. While reveling in that idea, Astarion steps forward, and just as Dork pushed Cazador to his death, Astarion delivers the final blow to Orin, earning us first blood. But the fight isn't done yet. The other cultists still stand, cloaked in Sanctuary, meaning we can't target them directly. So we throw acid near their feet and shoot sunlight in their eyes. But once they attack and lose their protection, we transfuse their blood to Baal's inner sanctum as well. In her final moments, Orin claws her way towards Dork, her blood staining the floor as nothing but her stone, knife and axial skeleton remain. But then...
He is near. He comes for you.
What? Jeremy's getting rammed through. Our butler's blood spills on the floor as our dad comes to say hi. The other one, that is.
I have a gift for you, child. You will use it to lacerate this world.
A gift from your god, your father, an offering of his affection for you, or confirmation that he owns you.
Either way, he's already being nicer to us than our other dad. A quick save before Dork asks further questions, trying to pull back the curtain. Yet he can't help but find his thoughts spiraling. With Karlach's inevitable end, the world on the verge of ruin, and Danork, Emperor, Baldur, the Mind Flayer Daddy, and Baal, God of Murder as his parents, maybe there is no escaping his fate.
My chosen, my slayer.
Yeah, let's go!
Violence incarnate. You will become a testament in blood and command a horde fit to butcher this world in my name.
Oh, look at him all glowed up! Our murder babe! Ah, Dorky! And we are the sexy slayer now. Yeah, boy.
The Lord of Murder. You can hear, but you won't listen. I know you won't.
Well... About that... Sorry? With Orin's Netherstone clutched in our hands, our other dad makes an appearance, and he is proud and ready to take down the Elder Brain.
In death, thraldom, or freedom.
But before we do that, we also remember poor Lae'zel and free her after all this time.
An error I'm glad you swiftly rectified.
We explore the temple, our home, in peace. But as we step outside, a crowd is waiting for us. And not just any crowd.
Drop that stone! You will want your hands free for what comes next.
Yep. Our former allies now turning their back on Dork as he fully embraced his role as Baal's chosen. And no amount of bleeding can convince them that despite that, we are still cutie pie dorky porky with a slayer form.
Who and Minsk promised to make it swift?
Jaheira, with her 10 HP, as apparently we did not level her up, gets her retirement imposed on her by Karlach. Minsk, on the other hand, had his jack-of-all-trade arsenal to use against us. Not that he did, but he had a few more HP to chip away, and then the fight ends. As the gravity of the situation settles in, Karlach is not happy.
It seems the father issues are only just beginning, eh?
You think?
The choice is made.
Back at camp, we do the rounds, hoping our other companions won't turn on us. But Mintara is practically glowing with joy that Orin is no longer breathing and we're taking the evil route. Lae'zel is home and grateful, and Sklaritas joins us.
But you should rest, Master. You must be tired from all the sororicide.
Though the moment Dork's head hits his pillow, Lae'zel gets a surprise visit. Flacketh. From daddy issues to mommy issues, all in the same day. Baldur's Gate has it all. Lae'zel receives an order to kill Orpheus and become Flacketh's chosen. But Lae'zel has grown. She's seen things, and she chooses herself. Without a good rest, we make our way to the dock of the Morphic pool, where with one final warning, we step into the boat. 1 elder brain, 2 fathers watching, 3 nether stones gathered, and a storm just beginning to swell.
Waiting. Preparing. Calculating.
With every step towards the center of that storm, the shockwaves from the brain increase their frequency. We cut through the last of the intellect devourers and gluttonous aberrations that ambushed us, and find our way down to the edge of the Morphic pool. Netherstones in hand, we prepare ourselves to face it. The brain in all its glory, lobes and crown. It tries to knock us down, but Dork stands firm. We didn't come this far to trip at the finish line. And suddenly, we're somewhere else. Whoa. Balls, bloody balls, that is a big mind flayer.
It's messing with your mind. Don't listen to it. Use the stones.
Dork tightens his grip on the stones. 1 roll, success. We learn of the brain's plans. 2nd roll, another success. Its manipulations, all in their design. 3rd roll, fail. Of the perfect trap we've been lured into, from the prism to our father, to ourselves. It was always going to end here. But Dork is not a quitter. 1 final strength check, and with a net 20, we dominate the brain! Let's go! Oh, my brother and Ball, we did it! We did it! We did not do it? What? Oh no. Dad? Fuck her up. Come on.
This is not over.
Oh. The brain rises on its path to ruin. Tadpole Baldurians become ravenous mind flayers. There is panic in the streets, and the city is under siege. The battle for Baldur's Gate begins now.
This is an elder brain, no longer.
A nether brain. An entity so powerful our nether stones alone are now insufficient. We need something that can rival it. We need an illithid. We need a father. And so Dork entrusts him with the stones. And Orpheus's brain, which Daddy gulps down, is assimilated for power. And with the storm raging at full speed and the city burning, we go towards the High Hall. But before we can make it there, Kithrak Foss intercepts us. And he's not here to talk. He's here because Dad hates their prince, and cannibalism goes too far even for the kids. Sadly for them, with 1 father in spirit and 1 in the flesh, we end their misery. Then we fall into an unexpected meeting where the echoes of our journey return as allies fighting at our side.
The one who will save Baldur's Gate from ruin.
friends.
Our entire circle of misfits, heroes, and villains are here, waiting for us to speak. To blood, death, and slaughter, a fight well fought, and a brain well burned. The option appears to call forth our allies, and we run outside, the Duke running with us, until he stops running. Forever. Duke Older Ravengard perished in a chasm? What? What was he doing? Or thinking? Man just saw our allies and he just had to go off himself, it seems. After all that effort to save him from the Iron Throne, that's mean. We wasted 3 reloads on that bitch. That's just rude. We could not care less right now, as the high hall courtyard in front of us is swarmed with enemies. But why go straight when you can slide to the left? Dork jumps onto the ruins, fights the winged horror, jumps ahead, climbs the ladder, slays another winged horror, climbs another ladder, and initiative rolls? Yeah, so while Dork and crew took the side route, our daddy Thanor seems unfamiliar with following the leader and chose his own pathing, flying straight ahead into the courtyard, and all enemies target him at once, and it's chaos. Could we have clutched it? Maybe. But I did not want to mess up the big fight right out of the gate, so we reload. New plan, we slide to the right. And by complete chance, I drag my cursor over a rusted gate with a health bar. A few bludgeoning hits later, and we've broken into the upper city sewers, taking a bit of a detour. But not safe from enemies, of course. First, we fight a goblin with some rats. Then more goblins, absolutists, illitids, necromites, and a dark knight. While Batman is the only tough nut of the bunch, we get out with rather little harm done to ourselves. We take the exit and land back into the courtyard, but from a different side, allowing us to move through the insane amount of enemies in a more structured, controlled, and lethal manner. With this side cleared out, Dork and crew try to sneak towards the iron doors, almost unnoticed, but Karlach gets spotted, and we fight some more goblin trash. But it was nice, because it felt nostalgic. Back to our old ways. The doors open, and we now continue up into the High Hall with a new level of difficulty. A Nautiloid hovers in the sky, sending airstrikes and reinforcements. At first, we try to fight them all, but after a few rounds of not progressing much, we realize that this isn't that kind of fight. So we book it to the top, and as Daddy Thanor nears the stem of the brain, we all do. And then... So, I finished recording this achievement run, started editing, realized I forgot to get a nice shot of the main menu, boot up the game, and... Screen goes black. There's this faint smell of something burning, and I am doing CPR through frantically smashing the on and off button. But nothing. 6 days after finishing the run, my laptop really said, "No, not this game again, I will suffer no longer," and proceeded to self-destruct. Laptop dead. Internal SSD a little scorched, a little toasted, if you will, and if that wasn't obvious, no longer functional. Even though I tried everything, and I mean everything, to bring it back to life.
Sinus est anima, oriri ex igne, revertere ad me.
Needless to say, everything on my laptop is gone. Because of course, I just had that thought, you know, where you go like, oh, maybe it is time to make a backup soon. And then the universe decides, too slow, you have chosen loss. Freaking Shard doctrine. Months of mourning followed, no laptop, no files, forced into a digital detox with no computer. But one day, it hits me. Those last clips lived on that external drive for a brief moment. Maybe they are still in the recycle bin. I borrowed a computer, put in the drive, but nothing to recycle. I then remember data recovery tools exist. I install Recuva, not sponsored, but man, they deserve the hype, for one deep scan later, and it resurrects all but one of the videos for free. What? So yeah, maybe the signs were there. The lagging, the fan noise, the encoding overloading. But ignorance is bliss. And that, my friends, is why you do not run Baldur's Gate 3 on a laptop older than with his bare bony ass. R.I.P. Lappy. Gone, but not forgotten. Lappy, I cannot live without you. Ah! But with only one recording missing, thankfully we are back, standing atop the nether brain. There's 4 turns on the clock, and surely that means we have to reach the brain before it ends, right? No, but in that moment of misunderstanding, we dimension door, parkour, levitate, parkour, and jump, parkour! But this battle was so much more than parkour, so it wasn't necessarily the smartest move. Astarion drops, and as Karlach tries to nurse him back to health, she flings a potion with so much force he dies on impact. And not much later, Karlach herself is at the receiving end of all the damage and goes down too. Gale throws up a globe of invulnerability, Daddy Thanor channels the nether stones with all his might, and the timer ticks down to 0. Yep, nothing, just reinforcements, and yes, I know it said that in the text beneath it, but mi sono comprendo in that momento, okay? Channeling succeeds, and Thanor goes in to confront the brain. We revive Astarion, and then Karlach, but chaos ensues once more as turns start skipping due to a haste potion crash, and it goes downhill pretty fast. In our second try, we avoid the central zone and stick together as we take the side path once more. Remaining close makes it easier to heal, protect each other, and not get attacked, because the Mind Flayers on the other end did nothing on their turns. Dork, now running low on health, finally gives in to his urge pulsing through his veins and unleashes his Slayer form. Dad channels the stones, Astarion covers him with a globe of invulnerability, for that proved very useful last time, and we all enter the mind of the Netherbrain. Our Slayer Dork rasps the Netherbrain's mind matter like a piece of cheese, Astarion disintegrates the neurons, and Gil opens the roast, frying anything that remained. Netherbrain? Subdued.
It pleads because it knows I'm its master. I will finish this.
You?
The brain is on the cusp of its final thought, and it's taking all of the Emperor's strength to keep it there. An opportunity, perhaps. You glimpse the lifelong
We're trading in one dad
promised
for
by
the
your
other.
father. Enslave, dominate, ruin.
After shredding the brain and everything we've done and been through, it was not in Dork's best interest to become minced meat himself. We came here for one reason: sins of the father. This better be worth it. And renamed to Sins of the Son, perhaps. Oof. Oh, that's for making me suck your tentacles. But and for all the lies, any manipulations. But I feel kind of bad though. Badass.
What in all the sweet hells are you doing?
What I was born to do. Born to be Baal. Spawn. Baal Spawn. He's Baal Spawn. Okay.
Conquer. Kill. Slaughter.
And so Dork takes the stones and rules the brain.
In Baal's name.
He speaks? Oh. That's it. Wow. While we lost one father to make the other proud, we walked away with an assortment of achievements. All's well that ends well for finishing the game. Leave no one behind for saving all the tiefling refugees. Yes, we did that. Critical hits for completing the game in tactician mode, and sins of the father for ruling in Baal's name. What you just saw was one path, a vision of what could be should Dork give in to the darkness. We've reloaded right before that critical decision.
It seems impossible to stand against your father, but you have fought this long against your nature. There might just be a way.
And this time, Dork lets go of that darkness, of his father, and chooses himself.
Your life is mine. Accept your inheritance, or I will reclaim it.
No, Daddy Baal. We're reclaiming achievements, not lives. Come on. And so, Dork dies.
For the first time in over a century, silence falls over the Baal temple. No chants, no screams, no prayers. In the
he's
end,
really dead?
Your own death brought you more joy
Dork?
than any you wrought on this land. You are slipping
Oh my god,
into
wait, does this mean that we can't get the other endings? Because of the Dork urge?
Your journey is not over.
I will not permit that, though all the powers of life and death dictate that it should be so.
Bone Man to the rescue! Oh, Withers, I
too
love
still hold some power.
Withers, the legend, invests a piece of his power to breathe life into Dork once more. Relieved of his urge forever, now he's just Dork. And as hero man, killer of chosen ones, defier of Baal, hunter of achievements, we gather our strengths to do it one more time. With the final stone collected, Lae'zel freed, and Jaheira and Minsk not awaiting us outside the temple, we do it all for this.
Very fucking proud of you, darling.
We take our final long rest with the same troubles, Flacket stirring chaos in Lae'zel's head, but she chooses to fight against her for Orpheus. And so we bring her along, meeting Voss in the sewers, promising to them both that we'll free him this time. Not yet grasping the consequences of that choice for Dork himself. And then we set off. With our little boat on the Morphic pool, we row back into the storm. As we confront the brain, like deja vu, the dice roll outcomes are the exact same. Success, success, fail, nat 20. Saved by our dad, the brain tears loose, Baldur's Gate transforms, and we are back in the astral prism. As Daddy Tanner delivers an all too familiar spiel about needing an illithid to face the brain, unlike last time, Karlach cuts in.
This fella and his ultimatums. But he's forgetting one thing. We could become illithid. I mean, I could.
Suddenly, it clicked. Last ending, I thought that maybe the transformation might be like a failsafe if the illithid in the group died on the battlefield and could no longer channel the stones. But no, it was right here. Ceramorphosis. Dork asks his father what becoming a mind flayer actually entails when Gil decides he also wants to weigh in on the matter. A group discussion erupts, Gil offering his orb to Dork with his "I'll do anything it takes" mindset that he cultivated after the Mystra meeting. Lae'zel pleads to free her prince as maybe he holds the solution. And Karlach, she thinks becoming illithid might be the answer to the ticking time bomb in her chest.
I'd rather be a mind flayer than have to watch you become one.
But
You still
Karlach,
get
honey,
to
I
live.
don't want to see you
Do it
become
as
one
you.
either.
If this is the end for me, let me be the motherfucker who saved the world.
And I think Dork has to do it for the achievement. Before we make a life-altering decision in the physical form, Dork does what he thinks is right, freeing Orpheus, causing Dad to leave him. There's no going back now, and Dork rams the Orphic hammer into the other crystal. The prince is freed, but not fond of the decisions we've made up to this point.
Nonetheless, it seems we must be allies.
But even with Orpheus on our side, the fact remains, one of us must become a mind flayer. I don't know why I'm so hesitant to do it. I think it's because I'll miss our chest-loving dork skin. But with both our dads gone and Karlach soon to be gone, oh, what does it matter? Karlach tries to plead her case once more, but Dork's mind is set. After everything, this is his sacrifice to make.
Give him hell, soldier.
Dork steps away from Orpheus' protection and the transformation begins. His purple skin turning just a smidge lighter, his face full of tentacles, and the red streaks once in his hair, now mimicked in the outfit that forms around his body. No longer Dork, but deleted. I was like hoping for more like a Davy Jones kind of vibe. This is not that. And we did not get the achievement. That's odd. I reread the Ceramorphosis subtext and notice the wording. Turns out, becoming was only half the battle. Okay then, let's put the squid into action. We emerge from the astral prism, Voss and the Githyanki see their prince returned, and friends reunite once more.
The Fist eyes you with suspicion. He was not expecting the savior of Baldur's Gate to be a mind flayer.
Understandable during a mind flayer invasion, but with a vouch from Withers and all our friends, we use our enthralling communication methods to bolster the troops the illithid way. To war! This time, Ravengard doesn't just randomly drop dead, and with a well-executed dice roll, we even rally the City Watch to fight alongside us. Buffs are cast, potions chugged, and we know exactly what's coming. Enemies go down, slain left and right, from absolutists and ogres to winged horrors, to goblins and mind flayers, intellect devourers and spectators. We are unstoppable. I mean, look at our health bars. We are barely taking hits. It's mental. The same goes for inside the High Hall, where we arrive at the base of the Netherbrain by the start of the 4th round, and then we prepare to climb. But Gil stops us, throwing one last noble sacrifice offer Dork's way. Gil, we did not go full tentacle for you to explode. Gil is persistent, but relents. And so, all of us scale the stem of the brain to the final battlefield. Atop the brain, the dragon descends, but this time he's carrying someone on his back. Daddy? You're on the brain side now? Wow. Wow. Seriously, what is wrong with you? Ugh. An amalgamation of every fragment of our past, now passing by in the final trial. Daddy Tanor, the Dream Guardians, and our allies. The Githyanki Inferno scorches the brain tissue, allowing Dork to turn full pyromaniac now that he can no longer be a slayer. Hoping. First to go is that manipulating, scheming traitor of a father, and everyone gets to strike him. A gust of air sends him down into the fire. He burns. Goodbye, Dad. Now that Dork looks most like you, our paths diverge. And that is still for making us f*** your tentacles. This strange form of grief turns into full-blown rage, and we take it out on the Dream Guardians, heated into the flames as they follow their maker. Remember how last time we sprinted past the dominated red dragon as we were fooled by a timer? Well, this time we take our sweet, sweet time. The dragon brings the heat, but we are on fire. Lae'zel slices and slices and slices again. Dork stuns the beast and then slashes into him. Even Orpheus gets a hit in, and then our summons with the dragon to shame. And even the dragon receives a fate similar to his rider, unlocking Interfectorum Draconis. We move on to the Mind Flayer Squadron, prepping the battlefield with veterans like the Harpers. Karlach holds her pike and splats one of the Mind Flayers. The Harpers shoot their arrows and drop another. Dork levitates towards the crown to begin Casus' compulsion, and Gil conjures the globe of invulnerability while we all tuck underneath it. And so the portal opens. One at a time, our crew enters the mind of the Netherbrain, and when Gil steps through the portal, our enemies, allies, and summons are all left behind. Suddenly, it's just us and the brain. The brain marks the field with zones of negation, but it's too little, too late, for we send it. Let's topple the big folk. The big fucking brain. Is this it? Yes! Let's go, Dork! Dork gathers the netherstones, his friends and lover ready to see it through to the end. And here, we make a calculated save while Dork gathers his thoughts. Karlach is still dying, he's still the achievement hunter of the gate, and why not become absolute in her absence?
What are you doing? Stop!
Don't worry, Gale, you are still part of my design. And so, Dork sees himself seated atop the throne, ruling the brain, the city, and all of Faerun. Even his companions are smiling under his influence.
In my name.
The credits roll, and only one achievement pops up: absolute power corrupts. But that is absolutely not how our Dork would want to end up, and as his vision of the future fades back to reality, we silence the voice of the brain and tune into the voices of our crew instead.
Silence, brain! The grand design has failed!
Command it to die, quickly!
Dork grips the netherstones tight, visions of timelines flashing before his eyes like he's Dork the Strange, and only one where they win. Truly win. Command the brain to destroy it all. Come on, Dork! After everything we've been through, save Baldur's Gate!
Must obey.
The nether brain plummets into the Kiontar, and the tide turns. The people fighting back, ridding themselves of these monsters. The world saved. Our companions, our friends, saved. But some better off than others. Will, finally free of Mizora's influence and powers. Lae'zel, no longer bound to Vlaakith's lies, and cleansed. She leaves with Orpheus, flying off on a dragon to liberate her people from Vlaakith's chains. Dork himself chooses to remain strong and in control. I mean, if anyone can do it, it's him. Gale eyes the crown lost beneath the waves, but this time he resists and finally learned.
There are things in this world far more valuable than power.
Astarion, free from Cazador, but still a spawn. Vulnerable now to the sun without his tadpole.
Oh God!
But then the shot darkens and she comes into view.
We did it, soldier. The city's going to be all right. And so are you.
No. No. Flames well up higher, sweat streaming down her cheeks. But it's not set in stone yet. Will pops in. He is going to Avernus, and Karlach can come with him. Dork looks her in the eyes. He knows she doesn't want to go back, but she does not deserve to die, and he is not ready to watch her die. And so, like the Three Musketeers, we all go to Avernus. The city is saved, but not loaded. And as the storm dissipates, we are the saviors of Baldur's Gate. Yet it doesn't end there. Will, Karlach and Dork standing in Avernus with the most badass music of this entire game.
This time, I'm not alone.
Wow. I couldn't have wished for a more epic ending. Damn, what a send-off. But like the Lord of the Rings, the endings never stop coming. So we return to our old camp in Faerun for a reunion, for a feast. Dork wraps his arms around God's favorite princess. He scratches our furry friends behind the ears and sends them off to live with Shadowheart. Folo's writing an epic tale, Jaheira's rebuilding the gate with her team of harpers, Minsk and Boo working with 9 fingers to guard the illithid vessels from everyone, no exceptions. Astarion has found a way to live, making peace with his circumstances while dreaming of more, but content being truly himself in all his glory. Dork stares at him, and resists the urge one more time to suck out his brain. Lae'zel visits the party as a projection, battle-worn and diplomatic as ever. Happy to see Dork while she continues to fight the fight of her people. Halsin tends to the no longer shadow-cursed lands, rebuilding a healthy community as Daddy Halsin. The dad we needed, but not the daddy we got. Mintara hoped for a more evil outcome, and Gil has left the crown where it is to pursue his dreams of becoming a teacher. And then a spark of hope slides in as Will mentions blueprints. Blueprints that might just fix Garlag's heart. So maybe, just maybe, one day we will bring her home. After nights filled with Baal's terrors, needy companions, and daddy issues, Garlag mentions that Dork still hasn't had a proper sleep after all this time. But it's all worth it as she leans over to plant a kiss on his face. The night is over. Withers urges Dork for a final toast to our real mommies and daddies, the ones we chose, not the ones we were given.
To you.
The final credits roll with 2 chimes of glory. Ceremorphosis, indeed coming after defeating the brain, and Hero of the Forgotten Realms for ending the Absolute once and for all. And so, as Dork's story draws to a close, I can finally answer the question, can you get all 54 Baldur's Gate 3 achievements in just one run? No. But you can get pretty damn close. I mean, 53 achievements out of 54, 26 reloads, of which only 2 were required to get the different endings, 2 dads, 1 exploded laptop, but 0 regrets. And so I say thank you for watching, for choosing to journey with Dork and me, and for your kind and supportive comments while I slaved away on the edit. Now, this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is, perhaps, the end of the beginning. Until next time, ciao.
Thou wilt trouble us no more.
Or mayhaps I can interest you in a songified explanation of my explosive gear, the one that I was too pussy to put in last time, but it's just rotting away now. So why not? My next faux hammer run has inspired me to why not a bit more often. So enjoy! Or don't. I don't give a fuck. My laptop just exploded, I do not know who to turn to. I pushed the on and off button and tried giving it a shoe. But unlike Gale's up stabilizing, it's already blue. And there was absolutely nothing I could do but cry, cry. My laptop just died. Cry, cry. My laptop just died. I opened up the back end to hope parts could be restored, but my SSD was smoking, left a mark on the motherboard. Not even CPR worked and I had to give up. And my final 5 recordings of the endings were not backed up. Cry, cry, my laptop just died. I did not just lose that footage, but all my files that were on it. And that is your reminder to back up all your shit. A few months later I remembered I did put them on an external hard drive, but I could not edit with 2 drives at once, so I deleted those 5. I booted up Recuva, not sponsored, and it scanned that disk, and lo and behold, they found it. So we cried, 'cause my laptop just died, and I have no computer computer beside this one, that's why making the videos took so long. But now we can continue on.